Just doing a quick sound check.
I hear you. I see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick sound check. This is Wylindia.
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you.
Oh, it looks like we have a quorum, Madam Clerk. You ready?
Yes.
I don't know why my camera's fuzzy. Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt. And Mayor Butt.
Here.
All council members are present.
Okay, would you read the closed session items?
Excuse me. Tonight during closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sprawl Death et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. And then there's a case under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IAPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Also, unrepresented employee acting as interim city manager. Agency representative is acting deputy city manager, internal services. And the last item is public employee appointment, interim city attorney.
Okay, do you have public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please call them up.
Okay, we have Paul and Anita, Jeannie Courts, and Andres Soto. I'll start with Paul and Anita. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Paul and Anita, if you can unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, I'll move on to Jeannie Courts. Jeannie Courts, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. Jeannie Kurtz, Richmond resident. I again would like to thank Gail McLaughlin, Melvin Willis, Claudia Jimenez, and Eduardo Martinez for voting to tell the truth about the Brown Act and California planning violations, and for always doing everything they can for the Richmond public and to protect the public interest. I would also like to point out that the SunCal development will cost millions in subsidies paid for by Richmond taxpayers and could sink the city, according to 3 independent financial analyses. The cost to the city to fight the litigation against SunCal's financially risky project could continue for a decade and will ultimately be paid for by Richmond taxpayers and raises the cost of the settlement. The sooner a settlement is reached, it will save the city millions, will meet the needs of all parties involved, and is the least expensive option. It will keep Point Mulati in public hands where we could have a wonderful regional park. The East Bay Regional Park District, along with help from major foundations and the state and federal 30 by 30 funding available for park development, will provide funds for underparked and under-resourced cities like Richmond so we can keep Point Mulati as a valuable resource for all to enjoy. Thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Then I will move on to Andres Soto. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Andres Soto. And I want to echo everything that Jeannie Court said. I couldn't said it better. But I also want to thank the council majority for your vote to refer the mayor's behavior of violating the Brown Act to the district attorney's office and to the grand jury. You know, there needs to be some new eyes on this. There needs to be some eyes looking at criminal prosecution for this. It's this kind of insider trading and corruption that historically has given Richmond a bad reputation. And I want to thank the progressive majority on the city council for trying to break that stranglehold of that tradition that is currently being exercised by the mayor and his, very public berating of senior staff. The city manager and the city attorney is something that is creating chaos and a lack of continuity in the management of the city, and especially with the police chief on leave under criminal investigation. I think, what the city needs now more than ever is stable leadership, working with the council majority to enact the will of the people, and not the chaos that is being sown by the mayor so that he can have undue influence. So just thank council members Jimenez, Martinez, McLaughlin, and Willis for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I will try Paul and Anita again. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was driving. I had to pull over. This is Paul Carmen, Richmond resident. Look, let's settle this Point Mulati thing once and for all. We can all go away happy. Everybody, there's an opportunity for that. We can have what everyone wanted in the first place. We can have park at the south end, funded by East Bay Park District and foundations. We can have private investment, private equity at the north end to develop the Wine Haven and other northern area of Point Mulati, and everyone will be happy, and everyone should be happy. Some people have said that there's just a small sector of people who aren't happy with this SunCal plan, but over time we're seeing all these reputable major personalities in the East Bay, Bay Area wide, who really hate this plan. They think it's just gross overdevelopment for Point Mulati. So let's just get it done. Let's settle. Let's figure out how to get Jim Levine his money. Maybe there's something in there for SunCal for some investment. Let's save the environment by saving the watersheds there. It's in the cards that everyone can get what they want, but people just need to stop being stubborn and sit down and settle. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, City Council. Bye.
There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned to closed session.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Shannon. I just wanted to make sure you showed your audio video before the meeting starts, and if you could confirm that I named you correctly.
You did.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
He's logging back in right now. I just got off the line with him.
Hi, this is Richard from KCRT Television. The council is still in closed session. Um, For the person who came into the meeting as Youth Works, I'm going to open your microphone. Are you Elena Burks? So if Youth Works, is this Helena Burks? The microphone is on.
Helena Burke is not here for youth work. She's here for, the report from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't see her on the list. Has she been let in as a presenter?
We don't see her just yet. Thank you.
Sure.
they're going to be coming out in about 3 minutes. Pam,
Yes,
council will be coming out at 7:51.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Jimenez, are you with us? She
Yes.
is. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Jimenez?
For the record, I would like to report that the mayor said that the meeting would not start till 7:56. So if the other council members aren't here, it's because of that.
It was 7:51. We took a 5-minute break at
My audio isn't working.
7:46.
Oh, okay, then I stand corrected.
Are other
Sorry.
people's audio working? Mine is not. I might have to go off and on again. Okay.
Others is working.
I can hear you, but if you
We can
can't
hear
hear,
you
then I
fine.
guess you can't hear me saying I can hear you.
Okay, let's call the roll.
City clerk, I can't hear anything, so no, I'm here.
Okay.
But I'm going to sign off and get back and try and get back on.
Okay. Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Jimenez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin is here. Councilmember Willis?
I'm here, but my camera will be off because I'm starting not to feel well.
Okay. Mayor Butt?
Here.
Now let me just check with Councilmember Bates. Is he here?
Okay, would you roll the instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano. En inglés, raise hand o marcar estrella 9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest they'd like to disclose? I don't see any. And the next item would be agenda review. City Clerk, you had a couple of items to
Yes.
review.
A request by staff to continue item I5 to December 7th meeting. There's also a correction to item I10, and the recommended action should read, receive a written report regarding information on Senate Bill 1383, short-lived climate pollutants, timeline for achieving compliance with the bill, and recommended city action. And then also there is a request from staff to withdraw item M3. And that's all I had to report.
Okay, M3 withdrawn. Correction to item, which one was it? I5?
I10, a correction.
Oh, I2 correction and
I10.
I10, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
And then I5 was continued to December 7th.
I5 is continued, okay.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember.
Mayor?
McLaughlin.
Yeah, yes, a couple adjustments here. First of all, I-15, which is an item I put on here with a slight edit on the anti-harassment ordinance. It turns out there needs to be, or there may be a second small edit. So I'm going to remove that one from the agenda altogether to have staff look into that additional edit.
Okay.
And then M5, I would like to, which is another item of mine, I would like to move that to the consent calendar. I think it's very non-controversial. It's just directing staff to research and provide recommendations on chimney smoke that poses health and safety to residents. So I think that could go under consent calendar to make sure it's gotten to tonight.
Okay, all right, any other agenda changes? I don't see any. Yes, City Attorney.
Yes, I would just make a request, since we are moving the item to consent on M5. It is asking for a turnaround in 45 days, and 45 days is right at the end of December. And so you are on recess. So I will ask that we will do our best to bring that back to you at one of your first 2 meetings in January. But that would certainly be more than the 45 days.
So maybe I missed it, but weren't we also going to remove item M4?
Mayor, we were going to request that we continue that to the next meeting.
What?
Oh, I think.
You're breaking up, Heather.
Sorry, I just unplugged my microphone. We are asking that you continue M4 to the next meeting, please.
Got you. Okay.
That would be November 23rd.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. So the next item will be report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There was one reportable action taken in closed session. The city council approved a motion by a 4-1 vote, with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no and Vice Mayor Johnson abstaining, directing the city attorney to submit a letter to the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals on Monday, November 22nd, 2021, informing the court and all parties that the city of Richmond will not file a brief in Sprawldeff et al. Versus City of Richmond, which is a case that was filed by petitioners Sustainability Parks, Recycling, and Wildlife Legal Defense Fund, Citizens for East Shore Parks, James Hansen, Tony Sustak, Paul Carmen, and Pamela Stello, and further directing the city attorney to alert all parties of council's decision no later than tomorrow, November 17th. The Sprawldeff case, in the Sprawldeff case, petitioners challenge on appeal the district court's decision upholding the amended judgment entered in Gettyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next item is a report from the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. A notable number of events are happening this week that we would really like to encourage the community to participate in. Tomorrow, there are 2 different events. One is related to cannabis social equity, and there are 2 opportunities to help give public input into that program, particularly around the cannabis equity manual. That is at noon and 6 p.m. tomorrow on the 17th. On the same day, also at 6 p.m., we are having a presentation from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. So as a reminder, the Public Safety Task Force is doing monthly community conversations. And one of those conversations, again, tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and the focus is on the unhoused interventions. On Thursday, seniors are invited to have a virtual Thanksgiving celebration, so a little early celebration from 1 until 2:30, and they have all kinds of events planned for that virtual celebration. Friday, there are 2 more events. One is a hula class, if people want to learn hula, and how to dramatize words through dance. That is happening at 11 in the morning. And in the evening, starting at 7 p.m., the Arts and Culture Commission is introducing the 21-23 Poet Laureate, David Flores, at an event at CoBiz Open Mic. So all kinds of great opportunities to participate in this week. Thank you.
If there are any public comments on the city manager's report, you can do it during open forum. You can sign up for it. The next item is a report from Implementation Subcommittee for Reimagining Task Force report.
Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Helen Burks, and I am a very proud resident here in Richmond and educator here in Richmond, as well as being on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force and Implementation Committee. I'm pleased to let you know how each of the 4 initiatives have been going, and I want to thank the city manager for highlighting our event tomorrow night. The theme of the community conversation, again, is for unhoused interventions. And the title is Unhoused Interventions, Personal Transformation for Neighborhood Safety. The link is on the task force website. And if it's okay for me to present, I could present a flyer that has the URL as well. But if that's not okay, I understand. Go ahead. So this is the flyer that showcases all of those community conversations. We want to thank everyone for the really exciting response and engagement in our Youth Works community conversation. As you can see, there's the one for tomorrow, and then the two upcoming in December and January are the Community Crisis Response Team and then the Office of Neighborhood Safety. So I'll provide some quick updates for each of those initiatives. We believe it's really important that we're doing this work with community, and we appreciate all of the feedback. So we're looking forward to public comment as well. So since the September 24th contract execution, SOS has been developing internal systems with Rebuilding Together East Bay North for delivery of the SOS operations, which will soon expand the mobile engagement and mobile showers capacities. So we're grateful for that partnership. In another area, SOS and the city are pursuing 3 promising neighborhood approaches for small villages and potential transitional housing, as well as to secure RV storage for the encampment households who choose to exit the streets and enter shelter areas. SOS is currently assessing the parking lot scenarios for 8 different faith organizations with the goal of launching 10 safe parking host program sites by December 31st. One church has a permit application that is almost ready for submission. Rebuilding Together is negotiating with the city of Berkeley to enter into a bilateral relationship that may provide 10 or more spaces for RVs to be diverted from Richmond encampments into Berkeley's Horizon Safe Parking program. So I want to just commend the whole team in this area for really exhausting multiple avenues towards reaching solutions for neighborhood safety. We are still searching for a site for a larger village in a non-residential neighborhood. For our second initiative, the Community Crisis Response Team, they have been planning the community conversation again for December 15th. The team is still doing a lot of program planning, including a lot of details. Right now, they're really focused on the dispatch portion of the program. Right now, it makes the most sense to continue to keep dispatch services in-house, but there is a lot of uncertainty about what that looks like as a next step. For instance, after calls are rerouted from 911 or received on the direct line, what is the immediate next step? What is the flow from that point on? And who makes the decision about where it is that the team goes? So that is where the team is continuing to dig deeper into that conversation. From the Office of Neighborhood Safety, there has been, through this increased funding, we're excited to have, I apologize. We are excited to have 10 full-time staff, 8 of whom will be neighborhood change agents, and then there are 2 administrative staff. As far as progress, we're a little bit in a holding place for that team right now because we need to wait for hiring and filling these positions. As I believe many other processes are right now, we are waiting for positions to be approved, for the reorganization to be settled, and salary schedules to be finalized. We should be able to start hiring the NCAs and neighborhood change agents in January. Is what we're working towards. Just a little more information about what those neighborhood change agents do and what the capacity will be. It's really important that these positions are funded at a competitive salary because depth of experience and skill provides a really big difference. It's such as someone who has the relationship already and has kind of the years in the community. They can make things happen with a single call. I've been able to witness it myself versus going and needing to try to find the person, meet the person, build a relationship, and try to have the level of impact that will actually change decision-making for that individual. So we want to make sure that there will be able to be competitive salaries to make sure that the right people are fill these positions, because we want these to be long-term and running positions that people stay in, so that the effectiveness of the program grows at a really high rate. These positions are what are allowing ONS to expand to a wider age group by reaching, they predominantly have worked with youth and young adults. This will expand their age group upwards. It's also going to allow better impact with our Spanish-speaking community, as that is a target area of hire, as well as serving more female community members, as that's another target area of hire. And finally, from Youth Works, these are some exciting pictures of in the moment things happening. Most of these pictures were done by youth, and we will culminate our presentation today with a video that has been written, shot, directed, edited completely by youth. So we're excited for the way that youth voice is being elevated and leadership is being implemented in this program. Here's a snapshot of the work experience that program right now. There have been a total of 438 applications received. So far, 295 of those are placed. Something we wanted to make clear about the discrepancy between those placed and those who've applied is that a lot of that has to do with just staff capacity and being able to have all of the intake conversations, the placement conversations, and get that done effectively. So that's kind of where the bottleneck, if you will, is really just on hands that are on deck and feet on the ground, able to make those applications go all the way to the youth being onboarded. So we appreciate that there has been movement with hiring within Youth Works, and that's something we are excited to see continue to happen so that all of those youth can be served. As someone who works at a local school, I do just want to encourage everyone that the excitement around Youth Works is high. We are giving out new applications every week. More and more youth are asking about it, finding out about the program. A lot of traction is happening. Currently, there are 71 work sites, 42 of which are local businesses. There are also nonprofits, CBOs. There's also the reallocation itself is to serve up to 500. So we're excited to continue to get more applications in. And this gives you an idea of what kind of work youth are able to do. If they're ages 16 to 17, they get up to 100 hours work through the program. 18 to 24 get up to 300 hours of work. And they're in process of hiring 2 employment program specialist ones that we know will create a big difference on being able to turn those applications into onboarded placements. So here are some more pictures. I actually recognize some of these lovely faces, and those grins are evidence of the work being done. You can see here a breakdown of the age currently. We have a few more 18 to 24-year-olds, but it's pretty evenly spread throughout the age range. And these are some of the types of industries that are being served currently through the Youth Works program. With that said, I will conclude my presentation by giving an opportunity for the youth themselves to tell you about the program and how it has impacted them. So I believe KCRT is ready to show a video that was submitted beforehand.
I'm a lit kid, dude.
Hello, my name is Rosana Brito. I'm the owner and operator here at San Francisco Pizza and Restaurant. Of course, alongside my husband, who is the chef. We have been serving the community for the past 22 years. While my husband runs the kitchen, I run the front of the house and everything that involves taking care of the customer needs. I believe I first heard about Richmond Youth Works through another organization here in Richmond called Richmond Main Street Initiative. I have just been blessed this past year and a half of finding out about all these resources and all the support that the city of Richmond and some nonprofit organizations offer to downtown businesses, to the business in general, to women-owned business, to minority-owned businesses. And that was how we established the connection. It's been, my connection with Richmond Youth Works has been very positive so far. I embrace the idea fully, particularly now, labor shortage is a major issue for us. just having the opportunity to welcome youth that's interested and that's eager and willing to learn with us is fantastic.
My name is Christian Guzman, and I'm working here at San Francisco Pizza. I think a lot of the tasks mainly revolve around just customer service, really, just dealing with people throughout the day, taking orders, and then, making sure that, they're happy with their order. I found out about YouthWorks through just kind of poking around. I just kind of went around trying to see what I could find, and I found out when someone, I let somebody that I know that I needed work. So they were like, hey, look, there's this program, and you're young, and you could sign up for that, and they give you that opportunity. This was back when I was still like I think 15, 16. And I needed a job, and it was like a lot of places don't hire because you don't have experience, or they want people who already have had experience. So I was like, you know what, this sounds pretty cool. So I'll check it out, and then I'll see what's up. And I'm the type of person, if they give me work, I'll show up. So I really will show up for it. So as soon as they told me that the job wasn't like filling out applications or anything like that, all I had to do was give them kind of what I would like to work at. A place where basically I would just be more comfortable working on something that I could learn to do easily, or something that I already know how to do. They set you up pretty well, and I'm able to work and study at the same time, which is honestly great. It's a challenge in itself, right? Because doing two things at the same time.
So what advice would you give to Richmond youth interested in the program?
I would say just kind of prepare yourself the best you can, because what I would say is just once you've signed up and everything, and then they've given you options, because they give you options, I would say try to choose something where you would feel most comfortable at, because a lot of the times you're gonna, or even maybe if you want to explore a little bit, you can, and try to do something that you're not used to, and do that as well. But I would say most of the time try to choose something where you're most comfortable at, because then that could also help you in the future, because it's like sometimes a lot of what you choose now could count as experience towards maybe like another job, and that's just a huge gateway there, and that would be really cool for someone to, like for me, for example, like if they put you like at a place, they put me at one time at a computer place, and I love working with computers. So having that some kind of experience in there would really help you later on in other jobs. And let's say, for example, one day you want to get a really good job and you have that experience there, that's a huge help.
Okay, does that conclude the presentation? You need to unmute, Elaine. Okay, thank you very much. Any public comments on this will be taken during open forum.
Thank you all for the time.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the next item is open forum, and I want to remind you that public comments on the report from the city manager and the presentation we just saw can come during open forum, but we are not taking comments on the report from the city attorney. So with that in mind, I guess we call for open forum public speakers, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Okay. I'll just read this statement real quick. Open forum is the opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And then you may also, as the mayor said, comment on items F and G on the agenda. And if you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called before you raise your hand. Also, please keep your comments respectful. And this meeting is live recording with closed captioning being viewed by many, including very young people. So thank you very much. And just where we'll call the
Okay, I have 10 speakers at the moment. Sunflower Alliance, Deborah Baer, Carla Perez, Jeannie Court, Mark Wasberg, Andres Soto, Lisa Johnson, Tarnell Abbott, Sarah Tobin, Mike Parker, and the list is growing. So I'll go ahead and start with Sunflower Alliance. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. This is Janet Johnson, Richmond resident. I'd like to address the mayor's offensive November 5th email entitled "Coal Settlement is not what it seems." In fact, it is what it seems, a victory for the city and the people of Richmond. He says, in 2019, I'd been urging Levin to voluntarily adopt a commitment to get out of the coal shipping business in 7 years. How come no one knew anything about this? Why was Levin supposedly willing to get out of the business? The mayor provides no details on this unlikely development. He expects us to believe that Levin agreed to close up shop, but he presents nothing in writing to substantiate this claim. When did he meet with Levin? Was anyone present from the city attorney's office? What did the agreement include? And why did the mayor keep this information private? He says the other part of the settlement involved dust control measures, but he completely omits a critical aspect of the settlement, which is to drop 5 lawsuits. He suggests that getting evidence of health impacts was unnecessary, but health impact testimony was critical to defending a likely lawsuit. The 2018 ordinance he congratulates himself on introducing was an indefensible nuisance ordinance. So indefensible, in fact, that the mayor himself was the one to withdraw it. I wish I had time to take apart your hateful lies about the Sierra Club, Mr. United Against Hate Week. Maybe another time. In conclusion, No Coal in Richmond says this is an excellent settlement. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Baird. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. This is Debbie Baer. I'm a Richmond resident also. I'm speaking on item I6 on the consent calendar. Is that still on the consent calendar? I didn't see that it was taken.
Yes, it's still there.
Still there.
I find it very confusing in the light that we want to give another $200,000 to Downey Brand, and supposedly that will be paid for by the developer, SunCal. We've already spent, I think, over $1 million on Downey Brand with the expectation of reimbursement from SunCal. But now, if we are not supporting SunCal's development, I don't know that SunCal will pay us back. And since Downey Brand has been working to support the development at Point Menotti, now that the city is dropping their opposition to the Sprawlduff suit, is Downey Brand now going to still support the city and they're going to change their tune and do something different from what they were going to do before? The whole thing seems very confusing to me, what role Downey Brand is going to play, because their earlier play was along with the city supporting the development. Now that the city is not going to be supporting the development, or at least not defending the development, what is Downey Brand going to do? And how is the city going to get paid back for the work that Downey Brand has, the $1 million that Downey Brand has already spent, or this additional $200,000 that the city council looks like they're going to vote to appropriate? So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carla Perez. Carla, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Carla Perez.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Carla Perez. I'm a longtime Richmond resident. I have 2 things that I'd like to discuss. First thing is the Reimagining Task Force meetings that they're having for public. I think that it would benefit everybody on the council and the residents to know exactly how many people are attending these community meetings. I know that if there's Zoom meetings, that it gives you a total number of people that are present at the meeting, and that should be accounted so that we know that out of 110,000 people, that 100 people are attending these meetings, which is not enough people. My other concern is, I spoke about this, I believe 2 weeks ago, maybe, in regards to a tree that fell on Carlson between South 37th and Potrero Boulevard. And this, a tree fell on a car right after that big rain that we had. The public works people came and took away the tree. The following Tuesday, they decided, instead of trimming the trees, they decided to red mark the whole side of that street. We live at Monterey Pine Apartments, and there are 324 units, and we rely on that parking. That parking needs to be reinstituted, and you guys need to do your job and cut those trees. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeannie Courts. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. Just going to give a little history, Point Mulate here. In 1997, Tom Butt, Jim Levine, and John Salmon, the same key players in the Point Mulate casino deal, put forward a housing plan for Point Mulate. Nat Bates opposed the housing plan for Point Mulate. In an article in the Contra Costa Times of March 2nd, 1997, entitled Richmond Debates Point Mulate, Nat Bates said, quote, "If the homes are already there, you have a different situation. But if you are a good planner, you don't put homes in an industrial area, period." Bates added that environmental studies to determine whether the land is suitable for housing have not been done. Alex Evans, a council member quoted in the same article, called the site the world's most dangerous cul-de-sac and said placing residential housing next to a refinery is a bad idea. Considering that the latest environmental impact report for the proposed Point Mulate Casino was done in 2011, we need a new full EIR for the current SunCal project. Point Mulate is still a high fire severity zone with one narrow road to and from a regularly backed up freeway. It continues to be the most dangerous cul-de-sac in the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Councilman Johnson had a party. He was announcing that he's running for mayor, and he had a Chevron. Chevron's going to back him. So the RPA wrote a nasty letter about Johnson, how he's going to be sponsored by the Chevron. So your history now, Johnson. You was a member of the RPA, but you're not anymore. So you might forget about running for mayor. It ain't going to happen. Now, 10 years ago, Tom Butt jumped all over McLaughlin. Remember that? He started yelling and screaming at her, pointing his finger. You're the one that's causing all this trouble. You're the one that's doing all this. See, this is why the city manager and the attorney's leaving. If they don't abide by the RPA's agenda, they're going to vote him out. You see what I'm saying? It's McLaughlin. She's doing this whole dictator crap. She's another Hitler, another Stalin, another Idi Amin, every dictator you can think of, and hopefully she'll meet her fate just like them. See, that's what's going on with the city council, people. You people just don't get it. It's McLaughlin who's running the whole show. This fucking nut is a fucking lunatic. This woman had no right being on the city council in the first place because she's a psycho. She even got a certified psycho by the state of California. You had a judge and a doctor label her a psycho. She was on medication for 9 years. She enrolled in a psychology class and drove her crazy. See, this is what's going on, but you people just don't get it. This woman is a total dictator. She's sick in her fucking head, man. And you people sitting there put this scumbag in office? She's an idiot. And I tell you, McLaughlin, I hope you meet your fucking faith, man. Because all the times you kicked me out of the fucking city council meeting, you bitch, telling me I didn't have the right to fucking speak. And now you're doing the same motherfucking thing. That's what you are, a stinky ass fucking slut and a whore. I'll yield my time.
Time's expired.
Please, Mayor, you are the chair, and this language is not allowed. Like, kids are watching this probably, but you just sit there and do nothing. So please.
Next speaker is
Thank you, Councilmember. When you're mayor, you can run the meeting differently. Let's go to the next speaker.
next speaker is Andres Soto. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Well, after that example, I'm glad that your tenure will be over next year, because this type of commentary should not be tolerated by any mayor, yourself included. It's a shame that someone with the kind of issues that Mark Wasberg has, there's a place for all of that, but there's a certain decorum that you expect that you should enforce, whether it's your political friends or your political enemies. But that being said, I'm really once again pleased to see the outcome of the discussion of Point Malate and the litigation, and thank the council members for it. And I also want to thank the subcommittee, the implementation subcommittee of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, for that presentation and the video of the Youth Works program that's going on, because I believe it shows once again, when you invest in human beings, when you invest in the well-being of people, you're going to get results that you want to see in people, as opposed to just continuing to throw money down the hole of systems of oppression and discrimination. So I think the city is moving in the right direction with the progressive majority, despite the reactionary minority. And I just want to thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to state that last week, the City Council meeting for the public forum didn't start until 10:15 p.m. at night, 4 hours late. Tonight, it started at 7:53 p.m., an hour and a half late. This is so disrespectful and rude to the public that nobody even wants to give you their time or attention anymore, because it's clear you don't respect us. At the very least, you could have somebody from city staff come on and at least give an update as to what a potential timeline is for you to come and address the public, as the agenda states to start at 6:30 p.m. Secondly, I still see that the cameras are being shut off. As soon as open forum started, Vice Mayor Johnson shut his camera off. This is not acceptable. If you can't show up and attend a council meeting, then just quit the council altogether, because you are clearly just disrespecting the public. And if you can't take a vote in closed session on something as pertinent as Point Malate, and you have to abstain, then you're not doing your job. Lastly, if you are taking serious your role to hire a city manager in this city and demonstrate some form of leadership, then your agenda item for the acting city manager shouldn't state that when she has a 3-month temporary contract and a possible 3-month extension, that she's already being considered for a salary increase subject to a satisfactory performance. That flat out tells the public that you aren't taking a recruitment serious, and that you can give somebody a salary increase after 6 months potentially is a joke, especially when her salary is already higher than what you hired Laura Snyderman in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I have two separate things I would like to talk about. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I am a Richmond resident. For 1 minute, I'm going to talk about item I-12 and I am representing SEIU 1021 on this. And I just want to say that SEIU 1021 supports this ordinance regarding electrifying Richmond with all new construction. Now I want to speak as an individual only, not wearing my SEIU hat, but as Tarnal Abbott, private citizen. And I would like to thank the brave members of the Richmond City Council who are trying to bring forward the truth about Point Mulati and the illegal backroom deals that were done by the mayor and other members of the council or the former council. And I think it takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing. And I would like to see the city settle as soon as possible and save the city millions of dollars that this project is going to cost and that litigation is going to cost. So please do the right thing, and thank you for holding the course. And finally, I would like to say thank you to Gail McLaughlin. You are an extremely courageous and brave woman, and you will always be my mayor. Thank you for all your service, and hang strong, and don't let the people who call you names get under your, get you into a bad state, because you're a really incredible person. And thank you so much.
Okay. Next speaker is Sarah Tobin. Sarah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. I'd like to express my surprise at the city attorney's continuing citation of the legal case Fowler versus City of Lafayette as precedent for the city's possible violation of the Brown Act regarding land use decisions at Point Mulati. Though I am not an attorney, the Fowler case seems not to be relevant for 3 reasons. First, the City of Lafayette was found to have violated the Brown Act, which is an Open Meetings Act. Second, though the City of Lafayette violated the Brown Act, there was no demonstration of prejudice, so that city's decision stands. Third, Fowler involved 2 neighbors and the location of a pool cabana, so it was not Brown versus the Board of Education or Roe v. Wade. And it did not deal with regional controversy about use of public property. Though prejudice was not found in Fowler, prejudice seems abundant in the case of Richmond's Point Mulati land use decisions. Such evidence of prejudice implies that the city of Richmond's violation of the Brown Act would nullify the land use decisions that were made behind closed doors. Thus, unlike Fowler, the city of Richmond's decisions would not stand. Therefore, Fowler seems not to address the city of Richmond's legal situation regarding decisions about land use at Point Mulati that were made behind closed doors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following speaker will be Mike Parker, and the group after that will be Helen Burks, Shoshana, Deborah, Samsung Galaxy Device, and Randy Joseph. Mike Parker, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I first of all want to congratulate the city on settling the no coal in Richmond issue. The Sierra Club should be thanked for its role and support. But the real hero in this story is the Sunflower Alliance, which did the legwork and discussions with council members for forcing this thing to pass through the city council when it was very complicated and when the issues were very, very difficult. One lesson that we can learn from all of this is that one way that corporations control politics in our city is by using their deep pockets to threaten lawsuits against the city. Lawyers can always find something to sue about. So if we settle it on the basis of who has the deepest pockets and who can sue the most, then they will always win. This is Chevron's method in terms of tax assessments, for example. So the city has to be prepared, it seems, if it wants to defend itself against corporations and against corporate control, to successfully stand up against corporate lawyers who threaten the city. That's not to say that there's never a real legal case, but oftentimes the legal cases are mere threats, and we have to be willing to stand up against them, and we have to be willing to defend against them, and we have to be willing to challenge them in the courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Helen Burks. Helen, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. This time I am happy to address you as the proud assistant principal of the John F. Kennedy High School in Richmond, California. If you weren't aware, both large comprehensive high schools within the city of Richmond are being redesigned as we speak. Richmond High School is having their first redesign meeting tonight at the school, and Kennedy's is going to be this coming Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Generations of Eagles and Oilers have looked forward to this day and time, and we want to make sure that all community members' input is taken into account so we can develop schools that accomplish a purpose of really liberating and instilling skills within our students and empowering student leadership, so that they are also places that we can be really proud of as well. So with that, I wanted to invite everyone to please come to the first community meeting of the Redesigning Kennedy process. And this goes to our city council members, to Mayor Tom Butt, to city staff, as well as everyone listening. Community members, you are all welcome. You just need to bring a vaccination card or a recent negative COVID test. Again, this will be at Kennedy from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. So, comunidad, Kennedy High School se complace en invitar a todos a nuestra primera reunión comunitaria para reinventar y reconstruir Kennedy. La reunión será este jueves a las 6:30. Traiga su cartilla de vacunación o prueba COVID negativa y todas sus ideas de cómo debemos rediseñar el K. So we're excited to redesign the K with you in partnership. If you can't make this one, we will be recording it all and posting it. We will have more meetings this year, culminating in a plan to be presented to the school board in June. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shoshana W. Shoshana, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. This is Floy Andrews, not Shoshana. I'm using Shoshana's computer. I'm happy to be here this evening. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I have 3 things I'd like to comment on. First, I would like to ask Mayor Butt to please sanction Mark Wasberg. His comments are unwelcome and disturbing and have no place in a public forum. Second, I would like to thank Eduardo Martinez for shouldering the heavy work of bringing the natural gas ban forward. I'm so excited to see it on the consent calendar, and I think it will go a long way in moving Richmond towards a clean energy future and relieving our entire planet from the progression of climate change. And in that same vein, I'd like to thank city staff for helping us move that natural gas ban forward. So thank you. Finally, I would like to echo Mike Parker's comments regarding the no coal in Richmond settlement. It is so great for Richmond to be able to see on the horizon a city with no coal. This only came about because the city was willing to step up and take the calculated risk of challenging major corporate actors that move and act only solely for their own profit. This is the kind of action we as a city and all cities in California and the country need to take to protect our citizens. And I'm very proud and just so excited to see such a great settlement. So thank you all for your great efforts on that front. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident, a happy, proud grandparent, and a member of the Reimagining Richmond Public Safety Task Force. And I just wanted to lift up the report that was given by Helen Burks on behalf of the implementation team, and just reinforce the importance of the initiatives that the City Council has approved. The fact that we're making an affirmative effort to be clear that we're willing to invest in people, and that we understand that by investing in people, we're actually improving public safety for our city. And I want to specifically commend all of the community groups that are on the ground doing the work and committing themselves and their time and their efforts towards lifting up all of the people in our city, especially the most marginalized. And I want to just thank people for the willingness to model for our children what it means to be a committed person, what it means to care about other people. That's something that brought me to the task force. It's the reason why I continue working there. And I'm really proud of my other task force members for their commitment and their willingness to sacrifice their time in order to create a better world, especially for our children who are our future. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Samsung Galaxy device. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Samsung Galaxy device. Okay, I'll move on to Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, to City Council. Randy Joseph, Richmond resident and chair of the Community Police Review Commission. My here is a comment from one of the recent butt blasts or forums that came out criticizing the CPRC for all for what they're doing, without him in his butt blast putting in there that his staff is the one that controls the CPRC and all the work and keep all the staff stuff in order. But instead wants to criticize community members that are coming together to work hard to try to improve community relations with police and community. But instead it attacks them. It doesn't give any well answers on how to do things. He also unknowingly attacks his own staff by writing his blast, talking about what the CPRC isn't doing, not understanding that his own staff is in charge of what the CPRC is doing. So then that kind of doesn't help when they're trying to work with us to get things done, because they're not motivated, because he keeps taking a dump on the staff, taking a dump on the other employees of the city of Richmond. Then he goes and says, because I called him a liar, that I can't continue going forward with the CPRC. Then he shows how petty he is as a person and not moving forward to make sure that we get the real work done. And for me to be doing this for the last 3 years to try to improve community conversations, to try to go out there, see what the police are doing and learn better to make a more community rich city, to get somebody so petty and so just small to not understand how things work is really disheartening. I don't do this for fame. I don't do this for money. I don't do this for anything. I do this to make sure that my community and the youth that I see tomorrow have a better place to live and a better safety. And to have somebody so small kind of denigrate the work that I'm doing and the rest of the people on the dais and the commission is doing is very hurtful, and it needs a respectful apology today.
Thank you. Next speaker is Russell Kayanyang. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rusko Kayanyang. For the record, I'm speaking as a former elected official. I also want to lend support for Councilmember Martinez's item I-12, which is prohibits the natural gas infrastructure in newly constructed buildings. From working under Councilmember Davila, who supported the item at the time, and here we are over 2 years later. It's been working out great. We got to address this climate crisis for all cities. We need to encourage other cities to adopt similar policies like this, and hope this passes tonight. Hope you can encourage your fellow other council members throughout the state to adopt similar policies like this. to fight this climate crisis, because we're still in a climate emergency. We're still in a pandemic. It'll take all of us to fight this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will try to go back to Samsung Galaxy. You will have 2 minutes to speak. El próximo orador será alguien con un teléfono Samsung Galaxy. Tendrá 2 minutos para hablar. Si puede prender su sonido.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Madeline Law, and I am a neighbor in the Park Plaza neighborhood. But I am calling just to give a shout out to Naomi Williams and the Pullman Neighborhood Council. History was made last Friday, November 5th, on the south side of Richmond. South Street, which has been there forever, was changed to Ethel Dotson South. Ethel was a soldier that worked many, many years in the city of Richmond and should be recognized for her work, as well as Naomi Williams and the Pullman Neighborhood Council. And I just wanted to say shame on you, City Council, because there was not one of you that showed up for that historical event. That's a shame. We have forgotten. We are losing our community connection. And that is going to be part of the demise of the city of Richmond, because we are losing our community contacts. Hopefully in the future, when an event like this occurs, you can see it in your schedule and your time to at least acknowledge somebody as wonderful as Ethel Dotson and Naomi Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next group of speakers is Cheryl Davila, Zay, Marisol Cantu, and Yenny Garcia.
I have a question of clarification. Was a notification sent out to council members?
Oh, hold on, let me pull her up a sec. Give me a second.
Because I definitely would have been there if I had have known.
Well,
and my apologies for not knowing.
Okay, look, one of the rules of open forum is that it doesn't become a dialogue. So I suggest you contact her and talk about that offline. Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead with Cheryl Davila. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mayor, it's disrespectful to the council members, to the council member that was being attacked, to the public, to everyone listening, when you allow that person to make such disparaging remarks. It's offensive, it's violent, it's verbal abuse, harassment, and much, much more. Please encourage decorum. It's not okay. Really not okay. And you can do better. Do it for the public, because we don't have to listen to that. It's really not okay. It's traumatizing, really. In a world where white supremacy is on the rise and you allow that to happen, it's not okay. You can do better. But also want to thank Councilmember Eduardo Martinez for his natural gas ban. We need this. And as my colleague said, Russ Gall, a few comments ago, everyone needs to be doing more for the climate, and each city that does something great, everyone needs to mimic that ordinance, whatever it is, to make this climate emergency that we're facing. We have to do all that we can, and we have to be unified and in solidarity. And in solidarity, to love each other and respect each other and be kind to each other, show compassion and empathy. Now is not the time to be allowing discourse like that. It's not okay. Peace and blessings. And thank you again, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. Next speaker is Zay. Zay, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Zai. A really special thank you to Councilmember Eduardo Martinez, again, for his continued leadership in prioritizing the health and safety of his constituents. And also to the entire Council, thank you so much for your unanimous vote of support in the first reading of Richmond's gas ban ordinance, item I-12. I'm glad to hear that SEIU is in support and that we've also had adequate time to engage the business community on this issue. I'm really looking forward to seeing this ordinance move forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. My name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third generation Richmond resident, and I'm calling as well to highlight the current climate crisis that we are having in Richmond. But first, I do want to thank our progressive City Council members, all who have been advocates for environmental justice issues and fighting against the harms of fossil fuel industries and coal in our city. So I want to say congratulations on the settlement of no coal in Richmond. I would also like to uplift the work of Councilmember Eduardo Martinez and the natural gas ban, and then of course continue the litigation with Point Molate. I am also wanting to uplift that the Richmond Listening Project is surveying community members regarding the climate crisis in Richmond and its impact on their health, on the economy, on labor. And folks can find the link by typing it directly. It is case sensitive, lowercase bit.ly/capital RPA survey. And that is work that is being led by youth. They are excited to understand the impacts of the climate crisis in Richmond. They are all from Richmond. And at this point, we have surveyed almost 200 people about the impact of various issues regarding the climate crisis. And I appreciate, again, all of the work that our progressive City Council members are doing in our fight for our lives in the climate crisis that's occurring right here in our city.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yanni Garcia. Yanni, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor, Vice Mayor, community members. I am speaking tonight on behalf of the CPRC as a Vice Chair. And, you know, I'm not going to repeat the climate that we are in this city right now, the political climate, because everyone that's on this call knows exactly what's going on. But I do want to encourage our mayor and our City Council members. Your constituents that voted you in to office are expecting you to act with the best interest at hand for our city. The effects of the dysfunction that's in City Hall from the mayor all the way to the other departments is trickling down its negative effects on many organizations or many commissions like the CPRC, because we're not getting what we need. We have asked for years to get it. We are told we can't, you know, because X, Y, and Z. And for me to read a forum today that speaks of the lack of what the CPRC is doing, it's very frustrating. And so I'm hoping that you will continue to help us work better with giving us the right support meaning giving us staff members that aren't already with a heavy workload. You know, this isn't that we're not doing what we're supposed to do. We're not given the tools that we need to be effective in the work that we do in the CPRC. Our primary job is to improve the quality or improve the communication between RPD and our community. And if we don't have simple clerical support and we can't do it ourselves, then what are we going to do? So I'm really hoping that you all will support us and give us.
Time has expired. Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, before we go to the next item, I want to take the privilege of responding to remarks made about me by several speakers and also at least one council member. I do not condone the profanity and vulgarity that Mark Wasberg routinely uses in city council meetings. I have had Mark Wasberg ejected from more council meetings than I can remember. But the city attorney has told us, all of us, on many occasions that you cannot shut somebody down for using vulgarity and profanity. It's a First Amendment issue. And a number of cities have lost lawsuits big time for shutting people down for vulgarity. So I don't encourage anybody to use it. I wish it didn't happen, but I've taken my instructions from not just the current city attorney, but from every city attorney who's been around since I've been on the city council. So I sympathize with you, but you know, that's the way it is in America. So with that, Councilor McLaughlin, you have a hand up. Did you have something to say?
Yes, I actually just wanted to comment on Madeline Law's beautiful comment about Ethel Dotson and Naomi Williams. And I mentioned I got word of it the day before and I already had a scheduled meeting, but I explained to Ms. Williams that I couldn't make it, but she also put out in her email that the official celebration celebrating Ethel Dotson South Street as a new name on the south side of Richmond will be happening at some point in the future. And I very, very much look forward to being at that official celebration. So it's great that the street signs have been put up, and I look forward to continuing to honor and celebrate Ethel Dotson's memory. And also the offensive comments of Mr. Wasberg, you know, I don't think I have to say anything. I think they speak for themselves. So that's all.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a comment that was expressing a lot of big emotions in regards to me turning off my camera when closed session started. What a lot of people probably don't know is prior to going virtual, the staff would have food prepared for city council prior to the meetings. But with us going virtual and closed session starting immediately after I get off work, I either have to get ready for city council at the beginning of the meeting, or I have to prepare food so I can eat and not get a headache in the middle of the city council meeting. So please charge it to my head and not my heart. I'm not trying to offend you, nor am I trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just trying to eat.
But Vice Mayor, the public has a right to see what you're having for dinner, don't you think?
I'll be more than happy to blog about it. You know, I'm real nice in the kitchen if y'all want to take some tips.
Maybe you could just share a menu with us, okay?
And no, because Councilmember Bates might try to steal my secrets.
Okay, if there are no more comments, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion on the consent?
So moved.
Oh, wait.
Second.
City Clerk, why don't you refresh our memory about what items have been taken off or continued?
For the consent calendar, this will exclude item I5, which has been continued to December 7th.
Yeah.
And it will add item M5 to the consent calendar. The rest of the items are there was just a correction to I10. And then with item M3 was withdrawn from the agenda.
And did you say item I15? It was also removed.
And let's see, item
I15, I think Councilmember
I15 was withdrawn from the agenda also.
Okay, right.
Yes.
Okay, all right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by
Johnson.
Call the roll, please.
Point of order, I apologize if I missed it, but City Clerk, did you mention that M5 was placed on the consent?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I did.
sorry.
Mhm.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so next item is J1, right?
Public hearing, item J1. Pursuant to public notice, we will introduce an ordinance for first reading, establishing certain fees for the proposed master fee schedule.
Let's see, this was, does somebody want to introduce it?
Good evening, Mayor Butt, this is Vice Mayor Johnson, council members. I'm Antonio Banuelos, accounting manager in the finance department. I'll be providing the update on the master fee schedule for this public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for a brief presentation. Okay, so hopefully. Yeah, my computer froze. And I can't stop sharing. I'm sorry, something happened with my computer. I'm going to go ahead and just start talking about the updates to the master fee schedule. Most fees are increasing based on the employment cost index, which is very similar to the CPI, but it's based on employment costs in the Bay Area for government workers. For the fees adjusted last year, we're proposing a 2.3% increase to that fee. Sharing the screen, okay. Sorry about that, some little technical issue. I think IT is helping out. Anyway, as I was saying, for the fees that were adjusted in 2020, we're adjusting about 2.3% right now. For those that weren't adjusted last year, because we were working on other updates, those are being adjusted by 5.2%. Okay. Other fees that aren't being increased by the ECI were analyzed by the departments and in some cases by outside consultants to see what the actual cost is for the city of Richmond. And so for those individuals, we see who provides the service here in the city, how much it takes that person to provide the service, and the corresponding overhead, and that gives us our actual cost. From there, we come up with those updated fees. In some cases, we're actually lowering the fee when that happens because we're over collecting. We're not supposed to do that. Also in this update, we are removing some fees. One example of the fee removal is for library fines. For various reasons, it's been deemed to be more beneficial to the public to not charge late fees and penalties. That encourages more use of the library instead of people staying away because they owe some fees. Additional fees can also be removed because we are either no longer providing that service or another fee was added that better captures the cost of the service. Next slide, please. Okay, for a new fee, staff usually works like with consultants to process the fee analysis, like sort of like the updated fees. Again, we look at who does what and how much that costs and charge it accordingly. And here with this update, we have a few new fees, including the Community Development Department is proposing various fees ties to the Housing Division and the portfolio management costs associated with various processing and recording fees. As part of Measure U, a new business registration fee is being proposed. Finance is submitting this new fee to be charged to every person applying for the first time for a business tax certificate for any newly established business. And the Transportation Parking Management Service is adding new transportation fees focused on shared mobility services. These are services that require transportation issued permits, including curbside, electric vehicle charging, car share, shuttle, bike share, and other micro mobility operations. So this is the first reading. We'll come back to City Council for the second reading. Go to the next steps, please. Next slide. We'll come back to City Council for the second reading. Staff will continue to work with departments and consultants to analyze current fees, including the fire department, public works, and impact fees. So independent of the secondary. We'll be back in a few months with further updates. Also, staff will return with a proposed fee waiver policy that we're researching what other cities are doing right now, and we're trying to formalize the fee waiver policy for the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. So the recommended action, again, we're introducing the ordinance as a first reading to establish certain fees for the proposed master fee schedule. And with that, are there any questions?
Any questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, got a hand up?
Yes, I have my hand.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Antonio, for the presentation, and thank you for also replying to my email early this afternoon. Can you explain a little bit about what is the waiver policy? What will entail that waiver policy?
Well, we're still researching that part. We're still researching that part. So like, part of the issue is we don't currently have a waiver policy, and the community organizations often ask for fee waivers of renting the facilities, of various things. We want to formalize something. We're looking at what other cities are currently doing, and we'll come up with a proposal, present it to council, see if that's something the council is interested in adopting.
Okay.
So we currently do not have a policy on that. We would like to formalize it.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, and I asked you about that, and I want to put it in the public's. So in page 55 in the attachment, attachment number 2, where you have the revised proposed master fee schedule, there is a rental for the Madeline room and May library hour. In one it says 12.55, and then you put in another is the rental, which is the same room, like for that room, 68 per hour, minimum 2 hours plus a deposit of 125. So my question is, how much was the city charging for this room before?
I believe it was $12.50. That line should have been removed. The proposal is for $68 for the rental of metal.
So we are going from 12.50 per hour to 68 per hour. Can you tell us why that big jump?
Just to cover costs, to cover maintenance, to cover janitorial expenses, to cover electricity. It's still lower than most other facilities in the city of Richmond. So it's just an attempt to better capture the cost of the rental of that facility. So $12.50 should have been changed a while back, actually. I think it got left off by accident.
Okay. So I think I liked the idea of the waiver policy, but in the meantime, I would like to propose, and maybe after hearing from other city council members, but I would like to propose that for Richmond-based nonprofits and Richmond volunteer organization that their activities are serving the local community, to reduce in half these fees for using city facilities until we adopt a waiver policy. I think that will be fair. And I think the waiver policy you are looking at is because we had these requests always for nonprofit organizations that want to do some activities and using our facilities to provide more services for our local youth or for the residents. And I think it will be good to have that. So I will make a motion after hearing from everybody that we will do that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Bates.
Yes, I received at least one communication indicating that they received the notice on the 3rd with the deadline of the 5th. Is that an accurate statement that some businesses did not receive ample notice to respond to the this particular measure?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's in reference to Measure U. This is the master fee schedule update. I know there was an issue with items.
Okay.
With,
all right.
with
yeah. Okay, you're right.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes, I consider the Whittlesey Room as part of the library. And the library is a service that we provide the public without charge. I know that it's different with the auditorium. The auditorium is a space that is used for rentals, for providing money, but the Whittlesey Room is part of the library. And as part of the library, I don't believe that we should be charging for the use of that room, simply because it is a service that we provide to the community. We want to promote community involvement, and we can do that by providing a cheap or free space for people to meet. So I would recommend that we keep the price at what it's been, because that's something that community groups seem to be able to afford. Anything higher has driven community groups who have good work to do away from meeting there. I know of organizations who have met outside on the grass because they couldn't afford the use of the room. And I do believe that the use of the room is a service. I mean, you know, we could have people meeting inside the library, but it's difficult to set up RV, or rather visual and the sound systems for groups to use.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for reminding me. In the process, not too long ago, of researching encroachment agreements, I was going through the fee schedule, and there's a whole column in there that references municipal code sections that apply to each item in each line item in the fee schedule. And I noticed that that there was a reference in that particular case to section 6.02.180. And there is no 6.02.180 in the municipal code. So my question for you is, has anybody recently gone through all of those references in that particular column and verified that they are correct or that they even exist?
Nobody has gone through that recently. We typically just update what was done before. So if it's a new fee, there's a new ordinance, we'll add that, but we're not researching prior fees that have been in the books for years. That's something we should do.
Well, I meant to bring that to your attention earlier, and I guess I didn't, but I think it'd be a good idea to review that. I think what's happened is that fee schedule has evolved year after year after year. And you know, the concentration has been on what the fees are, not on what the other information in each line item is. So I would ask that you have somebody go through that and verify that it's accurate. Other questions from council members? So this is a public hearing, and I want to declare the public hearing open and see if we've got any public speakers, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we do have one hand raised.
I'll go ahead and take Tarnell Abbott. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I have a master's degree from the University of California, Berkeley in Library and Information Studies. I worked at the Richmond Library for 22 years as a librarian. I worked at Contra Costa County Library for about 4 years as a librarian. And I worked at the Benicia Public Library as a library assistant for a couple of years. And with regards to the library and the master fee schedule, I am very happy to see the recommendation of waiving the late fees. That's an excellent policy change. Thank you. With regards to the Madeline F. Whittlesey room, community room, I could be wrong, but my memory is that it was actually the effort and the funding of the Friends of the Richmond Library that allowed that building, that room to be constructed for the community. And I want to thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for understanding that the Madeline F. Whittlesey Community Room is part of the library service. However, unfortunately, the city removed the AV capacity from that room, which was a real shame that that was done. It could be reinstated. So currently the fee is $12.50 an hour. The proposed fee is $68 per hour with a 2-hour minimum and a $125 deposit. The community room is supposed to provide a meeting room for the community that the library serves. The rules for this room are specific and include certain stipulations, such as the event must be open to the public, no fees can be charged, and nothing can be for sale. Staff does not have to be in attendance during the room use. Yes, it does require janitorial service. The fee hike will make the only community meeting room too expensive for most nonprofits and community-based organizations to use. I believe not only should the room be free, but if you feel compelled to raise the fee, make it a small increase, like maybe $15 an hour. But please do not block the community from the use of their resource. It is not a forward-thinking policy to do that. You wouldn't expect people to be paying money to borrow the books. Then the community room is one of the services that the library has traditionally offered. And in fact, we don't have enough meeting rooms for the public. We need study rooms. We need a new library. I mean, let's get real. If you think that libraries don't increase the economic benefit of a city, you're not paying attention. Thank you.
Expired. Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, we need I'm closing the public hearing, and are there any further comments from council members? Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that, as I said before, that Richmond-based nonprofit and Richmond-based volunteer organization, that their activities are serving the local community to reduce and have fees for using city facilities.
I will second that. And I would also like to ask for a friendly amendment that the fees for the Madison Whittlesey room be not.
I haven't finished.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You're muted, council member.
Can you please start over with your motion?
Councilmember Jimenez, were you trying to?
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened with my it's just like turning off my sound. So my motion is that Richmond-based nonprofit, or sorry, I don't know what is happening here, but
It happens to all of us.
Yeah, so Richmond-based nonprofit and volunteer organizations that their activities are serving the local community to reduce and have these fees for using city facilities And adding that, the Madeline will stay at 12.50 an hour. And yeah, this is my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? Does staff have any comment on that?
No comment. Oh, LaShonda.
Hi,
LaShonda, go ahead.
Hi, LaShonda White, Interim Library and Community Services Director. Councilmember Jimenez, thank you for your motion. I just wanted to clarify that for recreation facilities, we already offer a 50% discount to community-based organizations on our fees. So I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I just wanted to make sure it's for all the facilities. Thank you so much.
So would that, LaShonda, so would that include what she's moving, or is that something different?
So if they're including the Whittlesey Room as another facility or all city facilities, then that would, you would be expanding that. We just offer 50% discount. And Rajana can clarify that for me just for our recreation facilities.
So you're talking about just clarifying that that would include the Whittlesey Room, right?
No, it includes, yeah, all the facilities.
All facilities, okay.
And I think it could,
But wait a minute, I'm hearing LaShawn is saying that that's already the city policy, right?
For only recreation, the facilities that the recreation department oversee, community-based organizations receive a 50% discount. So it may not be for the chambers or the Whittlesey Room, because that's for the library. So there are other facilities within the city that are not under that umbrella. So I just wanted to.
Jimenez, your motion would include everything then, right?
Yeah, my motion will include everything, all the facilities, city facilities.
And I ask a question just for clarification. Are we referring to, I don't want to call it short-term leases? Or are we talking longer-term leases, yearly leases? I know we have property that's leased by nonprofits. We're talking offices and other parts of buildings.
Well, I am talking about maybe the local nonprofits that want to that have an activity for 3 months or has an activity one day, just like that it can be reviewed, so we can and also like making sure that is activities that are serving the local community and that they are non-profit Richmond based.
You're talking about one-time uses, not long-term leases.
One time, like yeah, like up to 6 months or something use. Yeah.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin, is that your second?
That's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure, and I think Councilmember Jimenez has this in mind, that also fields. I mean, these, you know, like sports fields and such, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's, but LaShonda, you told us that the recreational facilities, that's already the policy, right?
Yes, Rajana, are you on? If you can clarify, is it just our facilities or is it facilities as well as our fields?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rajana Maharaj, Community Services Administrative Manager. The 50% covers the building facilities and not the parks and fields. And for nonprofit organizations, they will have to have a 501c3 in order to qualify.
Yeah, so we like one of the things that we want to include the fields.
Councilor Martinez, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I think when we include all facilities, we're actually talking about a lot of different boxes that have a lot of different rules. And I believe that it's difficult for us to come up with any resolution that would make sense if we include all resolutions. I would propose that we do them piece by piece. And I would like to start with the Whittlesey Room, to set up a policy for the Whittlesey Room that it be uh, $15 an hour, just to cover charges. In my heart, I say free, but I realize that there's cost, and I would make a motion for $15 an hour, and then we can move on and talk about the other issue.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Are you making a substitute motion?
Yeah, I am.
And would you restate that, please?
The motion is to consider each item separately, beginning with the Whittlesey room being charged $15 an hour.
Is there a second? I don't see a second. You know, my concern, you know, I've got a lot of sympathy for this, but I think it's more complicated. You know, the city budget is based on presumptions that a certain amount of income is going to come in from these uses. And if these uses are discounted across the board, that income stream is going to be reduced, and it's going to have to be made up somewhere else. So that's my concern. I'm thinking that maybe this isn't the best time to address it. Maybe we ought to have a study session or something on it. But in any event, I don't think your motion got a second. So
so let me say it. We want to for the facilities, especially for the fields, for the library rooms, and for the in community centers, for short-term renters, like 3 or 6 months, that these fees will reduce half for local nonprofits and volunteer organizations that their activities are serving the local community to reduce in half. This is my motion.
I don't understand the motion. You say that the rooms can be rented for 3 to 6 months, and you know, you say organizations. What are the qualifications for the organizations? Just that they serve the city, the community. There's no other qualifications other than that they serve the communities. And what sort of qualifications would show that they serve the community? It's just too vague.
So my motion is that for short term, so and short term is up to 6 months, 3 years up to 6 months. So it could be 1 day up to 6 months. That the community rooms, the library rooms, and the fields will be reduced in half, the fees for nonprofits, Richmond-based nonprofits or volunteer organizations that their activities are serving the local community, and they will have to show how these activities, the local activities, are serving the local community. And this is my motion.
okay, you originally seconded that, Councilor McLaughlin. Are you okay with that motion?
I am okay with it, but on the Whittlesey room and the library community room, that is $12.50 per hour, and just keeping it as is, since that is a very reasonable fee.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
City Manager, you got a hand up. Did you want to speak on this?
I did, thank you. I just wanted to point out, as you continue your deliberations, that this was estimated to increase revenue by possibly up to, I think, about 500,000. It wasn't all based on the fees that we're talking about right now, but the whole body here had that kind of potential positive impact on the budget. So you might want to, I don't know if you want to get some additional information and feedback about the financial impact of this, because what is being proposed is very significantly different than what we currently do, and potentially could create a negative impact on even our current fiscal year budget. I just don't know the extent of it, but it is very significantly different than what we do. So you might want to have some financial analysis around that. And also, just as a reminder, what was said earlier and a little bit in the staff report, staff is already working on policy to bring back to you about fee waivers, and it is very complicated. And all of these kind of definitions about how you define who might be eligible at what tiers for what facilities and what types of situations. It's really a very complex process, and to think through all of the different permutations and all of the different factors that go into that. So that's just another thing I wanted you all to consider thinking about, is to let staff bring back something comprehensive for your consideration, that you would then want to go through various components of that instead of trying to do all of those deliberations this evening when we're not exactly prepared to provide you a lot of data.
LaShonda, do you have something to add?
I was going to say pretty much what the city manager just stated, and that recreation staff along with finance staff would appreciate the opportunity to come together and look at the fee waiver policy. We've already started to create something. We do get a lot of requests for fee waivers. And there is a cost to running our city facilities. We do include it in our budget. And so it's part of our revenue. And so we just need to we want to be able to come back and tell you what the impact could be of the recommendation of a fee waiver policy. And then that will allow council to make an informed decision. So if we are able to do that, we would appreciate that.
Okay, Councilor Bates.
I'm very pleased to hear the city manager speak up. This council tries to management in spending money and have no concept of the consequences. You ought to let your staff, if you want to do something, go to the staff and work it out with them. They have more knowledge about the implications, how it affects the budget. And all of a sudden you say, oh, we're going to give this money away. We're going to give that money away. You don't have any concept of how it impacts the budget. Work with your staff and stop trying to macromanage and placating to your friends out there. Give them this, give them that. Work with your staff and understand how this implies and how it implicates the total budget. We're not dealing with just one library situation. Be smart, work with your staff. And we've not wasted 20 minutes talking about something that's not gonna fly, not gonna go anywhere until you get some information. Be intelligent.
So I don't know whether it's right or not. Somebody just pointed out that the Richmond Progressive Alliance is registered as a 501c3. So would they, Councilmember Jimenez, would they fall under your motion? Would the RPA get?
The RPA is no 501c3.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
No, it's not. It's not. So you want to make things up. So just to.
I'm just saying.
The intention of this is that.
I'm sorry, point of order. Can we get back on topic? Please, with a motion and direction so we can get to the other items. That's all. I don't mean to interrupt, but just come on.
We're having discussion and we'll take a vote as soon as we get there. So anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, let's take a vote, Madam Clerk.
I would like to speak if that's all right with you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Okay, I thought you were saying let's get on with it.
I mean, you know, that is typically my stance.
All right, go ahead.
But no, I did want to mention that I did have a conversation with both Rajana, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, as well as LaShonda, because I am in the process of helping some community members rent out some city facilities, and there is a lot of costs associated with renting out city facilities. Like, we have to make sure that we pay staff to clean, you know, and I know some places don't require staff to be there, but someone often has to unlock a lot. City expenses are incurred whenever city resources are being used. And so I do think that it is like imperative for them to come back with some type of report letting us know the impact of a 50% discount across the board. I'm not saying no now. I'm just saying we need to have more information because also, as the city manager pointed out, a lot of our current budget projections are dependent upon some of these current fee structures. And if we're going to pull the carpet from under ourselves, I think we ought to know what we're getting ourselves into. I do understand the enthusiasm that my colleagues have to make sure that Richmond nonprofit organizations have access to city facilities, because not only do they help keep them open, but they help bring them to life as well. But then also we do want to make sure we give staff enough time. Antonio mentioned a number of times that there are some things that just aren't fully baked, and this is just the first reading. I don't want to, spend too much time on the first reading when there's going to be subsequent readings for us to weigh in, comment. And tonight, I think both Antonio, Belinda, and even LaShonda has had the opportunity to hear some of the council's concerns when it comes to I want to say over a 200% increase on the Whittlesley room. And also our feelings about fields, our feelings about city facilities. I think those have been expressed fully tonight, and they can then go back and, kind of work that into the second and third reading. But trying to build the plane in this moment as we're flying it, I don't think that's the best use of time right now.
Okay, I see 4 more hands up. I got Bates, Jimenez, McLaughlin, Willis. So Bates, you still got something?
No, I'm tired of this discussion.
Right.
We got so many items on the agenda, and I bet you we're going to have to ask for an extension, of which we're not going to get. This is not a heavy, important issue. Let's get to some of the topics that are more important.
Okay, let's go to Councilor Willis.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if the motion holders are okay with having staff just kind of given direction to staff to take this conversation and come back with some actual projections based on what we talked about tonight. Is that okay with the motion holders? Because I'd be happy to make that motion right now.
I was going to suggest something similar, but to state that Councilmember Jimenez's item motion goes forward, but also to add to it that it gets integrated into the waiver program with a financial analysis. So when that comes back, we will have that understanding. And but we do want this to happen. If for some reason we decided to change our minds afterward and, tweak it a little, we could do that. But for now, I think this is a really positive thing for our community.
Okay, let's.
But I have to ask Councilmember Jimenez if she would be interested in that.
I am interested, and I wanted to say that this is not something that is coming out of nowhere. I have conversation with the city manager about that, and I think I haven't seen a lot of moving on the policy waiver, and that this is why I am thinking about that, because this is something that is going to be positive for our community and to provide more services. So if we are talking about serving more the community, this is a real partnership that the city can do with the local organization that are providing services in the community.
Okay, so I think we're ready to vote, but I need one more clarification. Does your motion include approving the rest of the fee schedule?
No, my motion doesn't include just these. Let's do these first, and then you can do the other motion. So your motion is just to approve those items that you want to cut the fees in half, right? Okay, City Clerk, let's call the roll for a vote, please.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Martinez?
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
I abstain.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Jimenez and McLaughlin voting yes, Councilmember Willis abstaining, and Councilmember Bates, Vice Mayor Johnson, Councilmember Martinez, and Mayor Butt voting no.
So does somebody want to?
Can I make a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that staff takes the comments from this item, do a financial analysis on Councilmember Jimenez's and Councilmember McLaughlin's ideas for how our facilities are used. And they come back with an analysis based on their recommendations, staff's recommendations, and even an option 3 if there is an option 3. And that would be my motion.
Okay, is there a
I second that.
3 analysis options essentially.
I second that.
Okay, let's, if there's no discussion, let's vote on this one. Call the roll.
Councilmember Bates, oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Bates,
Mod motion, Councilman Willis, yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, that brings us to K1, is that correct?
I think, Mr. Mayor, we need to have a motion on passing the remainder of the fee schedule.
Well, okay, if you want to
Or
do it.
do we, or is that going to come back, or was that just for the waiver or the reduced fee aspect of this?
Okay, so this was the first reading of the ordinance. It's going to come back for the second reading in the subsequent meeting.
You can't change
If
it
that-
between the first and second reading. So it's all, if we're going to study this, it's all going to have to come back
Okay,
anyway.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Okay, next item is K1, is that right?
Yes.
Could you read that, please?
Yes, item K1 under resolutions is to adopt a resolution to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the city and the exempt management employees represented by IFPTE Local 21 and direct the city manager or designee to update the publicly available salary schedule with the adopted wage increases during the term of the collective bargaining agreement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Mark Fox, Interim Director of Human Resources. This item will receive an oral presentation tonight in accordance with the Government Code 54953. This is the first collective bargaining agreement between the city and IFPTE Local 21 representing our exempt management employees. The collective bargaining agreement mirrors the authority the City Council gave to your negotiators during closed session labor negotiation discussions and mirrors the approval that you did with the SEIU General Employees Collective Bargaining Agreement and the IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Management Collective Bargaining Agreement. In summary, this is a collective bargaining agreement that will run from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2025. In terms of wages, it provides a lump sum payment of $3,800 or pro rata amount for any part-time employees, with that amount to be paid within the next 2 pay periods following the City Council's adoption. It provides a wage increase of 5% in January of 2023, a 4% wage increase of January 2024, and a 4% wage increase of January 2025. The employees currently today pay towards their cost of health insurance through a separate payroll deduction. And in accordance with the City Council direction and also consistent with the collective bargaining agreement that was negotiated with our mid-management group, that cost is reduced from $125 employee contribution per month to $50 per month, effective the beginning of next month. There is also a reduction in what employees pay for other post-employment benefits or OPEB, also called retiree health insurance, And it changes from $100 per month to a rotating fee schedule of either $50, $75, or $80 a month based upon earnings from, which is also the same scale we are using in our mid-management collective bargaining agreement. For employees in this unit, that means everybody will continue to pay $100 a month, but it is a different methodology in terms of how that is calculated. And lastly, the collective bargaining agreement provides that following the completion and the release of the total citywide classification and compensation study, that the city would meet with the bargaining unit in terms of its potential implementation. Lastly, I would note that in our negotiations with Local 21, we were able to exclude from the bargaining unit the city manager and any assistant city manager position or classification that might be created, the city attorney and any assistant chief city attorney, so the number 2 in the department that might be created, and the director of human resources and an assistant director of human resources or labor relations manager or a similar single classification. So potentially 6 positions that are potentially excluded from this bargaining unit. And that is the next item. And I'll wait to provide additional comments on that item. That concludes the staff report and staff recommendation. Oh, I would lastly note that Local 21 has ratified and has signed the contract. So the last step in the process is the city council action to approve the collective bargaining agreement. And then this one will be wrapped up until 2025.
Are there any questions from council members? Are there any public speakers?
Councilmember Bates has his hand up.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I'll wait till there's public speakers.
Okay. Call the public speakers, please.
Okay, we have one public speaker.
Okay, I have John Varga. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is John Varga, and it's a privilege to speak to you this evening as a representative for the members of IFPTE Local 21 in the Executive Managers Chapter. As you know, the employees of this bargaining group have been bargaining with the city for a very long time. So we're so very pleased to have reached an agreement on the very first MOU for this chapter in this bargaining unit with the city of Richmond. And we're very pleased to count ourselves now part of Richmond's rich union history. We're pleased to have worked successfully with the city's negotiating team to reach an agreement that provides stability in salaries, benefits, that will help the city recruit skilled workers and ensure those of our workforce who have been with the city for many years of dedicated service, that they can continue to do so in the city they love. We want to thank the members of the City Council for their support to its workforce and see this agreement as a mutually beneficial instrument that tells the community and our members that Richmond is a city that respects the workers that make the city work. The members of Local 21 look forward to further collaboration with the city and with the members of the city to keep moving our city forward. Thank you so much.
Oh, man.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Any further comments from council members?
Yes, yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I certainly agree that we want to be competitive and pay our employees equal to the surrounding communities. My reservation is twofold. Where are we going to get the money from? For an example, I have not heard how we're going to be able to pay for this cost. As I understand it, I think we got about, Mr. Fox, you can clarify if you may, we got almost $40 million from the pandemic money. We got $9 million, as I recall, from Prologic's sale. That's about 40, almost $50 million. Am I close to the figure, Mr. Fox?
I work in human resources. It would be unwise for me to answer that kind of financial question. You would be better served asking Neil Camillo, Belinda Brown, or
let me ask. Well, I don't care who respond. I just want clarification. Anil, are you there?
If I don't know if Anil or Belinda can also speak up, but with regards to the ARPA funds, Councilmember Bates, we received $27.7 million.
$27.7 million.
For the ARPA funds, correct.
And about 9 million from Prologic, 8
I
million.
am not sure about that one. Someone else will have to speak with regards to Prologic.
Let's say $35 million. This is going to be utilized to help pay for these wages. I would assume. Maybe the city manager can tell me, is this what it anticipated the funds are going to pay? Because we don't have the funds, general fund money right now without those assets to be able to pay for that salary increase. Am I right, Madam City Manager?
So overall, the current fiscal year budget is balanced, including with some one-time money. And that is something that is the reason for the long-term fiscal sustainability discussions that we've been having, and that almost 3 dozen options that we had provided for consideration on how to continue making sure that we have balanced budgets in future years. And we've always said that with labor negotiations, we were going to have some difficulty explaining the conflict between needing to support staff and making sure that we can afford that in the long term. So there is a bit of a conflict. However, this is something that we had already included the vast majority of these funds for all of the bargaining negotiations that we are completing now and that we just completed into the budget. So there shouldn't be a significant net increase to the current fiscal year budget. It's the longer term that we're going to need to continue to look at, that you all will need to continue to look at.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the actuary indicated. After we exhaust these next 2 years of funds, the third year, as I may recall, and you clarify me if I'm wrong, we're looking at a $30 million deficit. Do you recall that presentation, Madam City Manager?
So the presentation did have some very significant dollars over a 10-year projection. And the earlier that the council makes decisions, the less the significance of that impact will be over time.
So you can give a salary today, but in 2 years or 3 years, we're looking at massive layoff, because there is no way, the way we operate and the way we treat our businesses, that we're going to be able to generate the $30 million from the stimulus plus the Prologic sale. That's about $35 million. We will not, the way this council operates, bring in businesses to supplement and cover that deficit that's going to be looming in 2.5, 3 years.
There are multiple ways to potentially address budget gaps over the next few years, and it's a combination of revenue increases, expenditure reductions, or different service delivery models.
Now, we had a salary study that we have not seen. What if that salary study come back that we are paying in excess? Someone has some assurance that we're underpaying?
So so the total compensation study, the class and comp study is referred to it, will give us the sort of total comp analysis based on a certain number of positions about where we fall in the market. And the city council will have an opportunity to work with the bargaining groups on how to address the results of that study, whether it shows that folks are overpaid or underpaid. The bottom line is that it has been many years since miscellaneous, including the executive, have received any type of COLA. And so this is addressing multiple years of no increases in cost of living and with in the current fiscal year, just a one-time payment. This item also is much more comprehensive than just the financial impacts. This is the first time, as the rep from the union mentioned, that there has actually been an MOU. And so it addresses a huge variety of issues that have been questions for several years since the city council recognized this as a formal union. And so it's able to put into one place a whole series of agreements between the city and the people in the union, in addition to the financial components.
Okay, the total financial package for this represent how many $1 million for the next 2 years?
Mark?
The 2-year package of this salary, as we're getting ready to vote on tonight, represent approximately how many millions dollars for this particular vote?
It is $2,139,633 for the time period of July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2025.
So that's longer than that's multiple, that's longer than 2 years.
Yeah. And also we have a Me Too clause with the police and fire that will also increase this amount. Am I not correct?
I don't believe the Me Too clause applies to the item in front of you. It applies to other MOUs. Is that correct?
Well, you got another MOU coming down the road next, I guess.
We've already approved it, yeah.
So the combination of those are gonna represent approximately how much additional funds that has to go to the Me Too. So we're not looking at just 2-point-some million. We're looking at almost 5 million.
Council member, I believe your analysis is inaccurate. The city has taken the position that the Me Too clause is triggered one time as these pay raises are across all of our bargaining units are occurring at the same date. So the collective bargaining agreements that you've already adopted for our general employees represented by SEIU Local 10-1 and our mid-management employees represented by Local 21 have the same wage package of a lump sum payment of $3,800 this year, then the 5%, 4%, and 4% over subsequent January 1st. So the Me Too provision in the Richmond Police Officers Association has already been triggered by that, and that then triggers a Me Too clause with fire and then police management. As council members know, the police, our public safety contracts are coming due for negotiations. And so that is one piece in terms of the Me Too that the council may want to consider as we move into collective bargaining for successor contracts with our public safety groups.
But the realistic idea is that you can't give 1021 a contract of that area and not give it to public safety. It don't make sense. You can't split your unions. So in other words, you've got to be consistent with the public safety, which is another bundle of money that we don't have.
I'm sorry to disagree with the council member. It is important that the council give direction based upon the individual needs of each of our employees. For example, our public safety groups have received pay raises during the years in which our non-safety employees have not received pay raises. So I don't want to think of it as a one-way street where our safety groups negotiate contracts plus receive pay raises because our miscellaneous employees have, and our miscellaneous employees or non-safety employees do not receive pay raises while our public safety groups do. As the council moves into labor negotiations for our 4 different public safety groups, staff will present in closed session. The city council will give direction in closed session for those negotiations based upon the needs of the city and how the city wishes to address the needs of those 4 different public safety bargaining units.
All right.
The contract that you have before you tonight is consistent with the direction that the council has given and matches the wage package and the health insurance changes that you did in the mid-management employees and matches the wage proposal and authorization that you adopted for your SAU 10-1 General Employees Unit.
I'm finished, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, real briefly. I, definitely understand where the concerns are coming from about our financial stability going into the long term. And as far as I can remember, even before I was on this council, that has always been a concern. And what I've noticed that it always takes a collaborative effort, not only between us, the council, but City Hall employees and management coming together to figure this out, because we're all a part of this organization. I can't tell you how many testimonies I heard of folks not wanting to leave because how invested they are in Richmond, because they have a personal attachment or they developed a strong attachment during their tenure here. And I think it's also a guarantee, though, that if we do not approve what we have in front of us, we are going to see more employees leaving out the door. And that's not fair to our residents. That's not fair to us. And as we move forward with a lot of the challenges that we continue to be riddled with, collaboration throughout the organization, in my personal opinion, is going to be essential. And also showing our employees that we do value them when we do value the service they provide is also just as important as well. So I'm willing to make the motion that we adopt the item in front of us.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have one public speaker.
Yep.
I thought we were called the public speaker.
I thought we heard from the public speaker already. I mean, I don't mind hearing more public speakers, but yeah, because
Oh, yes, we did. I'm sorry. You
Yeah.
are correct. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, I wanted to express my concerns. They're similar to Councilmember Bates. Back when we first started this conversation back in the spring, we were told that a compensation study was underway and that we would have the results in September. And now we're being told it's December, but but my approach to this was to recognize that people wanted and needed a raise right now. And so I had suggested that we provide a one-time raise that actually would have gone into effect back in May, so that we could get that off the table. And then when we get our compensation study, we approach this in a more rational way, where we try to make sure that all of our employees are getting paid, are getting compensation that's consistent with the market, and work from that. But as it turned out, the city manager didn't like my idea, and my colleagues didn't like my idea. They wanted to fly blind and go ahead and grant 13% wages without having any knowledge about whether people were overpaid or underpaid, or if so, how much. And so I just think we've got the cart before the horse. We could have taken care of everybody's immediate needs 6 months ago, and then taken time to do this rationally, but we didn't. So I'm going to oppose it, not because I don't think people deserve it, but because we just didn't do it in a way that was smart. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I think like we want to approach this in a way that people feel like is appreciating. And one thing that I discovered being in the city council is that over the last 10 years, non-safety unions had received only 6% of COLAs, meaning all the janitors, librarians, and all the people who are doing a lot of services. And all the people who are the lower pay in the city. In contrast with the safety unions, the RPOA had received 18%, and local 88, the fire union, had received 19%. So it's a huge difference between that. And I think like having this raise of 13% is, I think like is fair. And we want to make sure that for staff who is overworked, who is overworking, feel like we are taking care of them, we care of them. And yes, there is a compensation study that we need to look at it, but it doesn't seem that we cannot move in this direction to provide some more stability and to provide more fair and just like look at the playing field and put it in more fair for all the workers in our city.
Okay.
And the thing that is about the Me Too clause is that the only union that has that is the RPOA. So is also one thing that a city council before approve.
Okay, let's vote on this, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
So that brings us now to K2. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item K2 is to adopt a resolution to approve changes to salaries and benefits of unrepresented management employees consistent with the changes to salaries and benefits of represented management employees and direct the city manager or designee to update the publicly available salary schedule.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Mark Fox again. As part of our negotiations with our executive management or exec management group with Local 21, we recognize that it may be appropriate to pull out of that bargaining unit 6 positions. And the 6 positions are in the city manager's office, city attorney's office, and human resources. So it'd be the number 1 of each of those 3 departments and any potential number 2 classification. Currently in those 3 departments, there is no number 2 position. So there is no assistant city manager, chief assistant city attorney, or labor relations manager or assistant director of human resources. But in the event that during the next 3 years that there would become one, those 6 positions would be excluded from the union. So this adoption of this would provide the same kinds of terms that you just heard in the executive management group. Those would be a lump sum payment of $3,800 within the next 2 pay periods. In January of 2023, a 5% increase in the wage scale, a 4% wage increase in January 2024, and a 4% in January 25. Similarly, the health insurance contribution that employees make is $125 per month. That would be reduced to $50 a month, just like our executive management and our mid-management group. And then on other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, also known as retiree health insurance, the methodology would move from $100 flat deduction per month based upon earnings. So a range of $50, $75, or $100 a month. These positions would continue to pay $100 a month. At the end of the day, it is, I'm sorry, one other piece, to the extent that there is an employment contract. So for example, the city manager and city attorney have an employment contract. The 544 percentage would increase the range. So it would give the council options to increase pay. But because those 2 have an employment contract, the city council would still set the pay for those positions. The range itself would continue to change. That concludes the staff report. Happy to answer any questions that members of the council might have.
Questions from council members? I don't see any. Do we have public speakers? You're muted, Pam. There you
Yes,
go.
we do have a public speaker.
Okay.
Okay, I have Cynthia Hernandez. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Cynthia Hernandez.
Can you announce it in Spanish? This will.
Sure. Yes. El próximo orador será Cynthia Hernández. Si puede prender su sonido, tendrá 2 minutos para hablar. Just a second. Okay, that is not working. I'll move on to the next speaker for now. I have Ben Terrio. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Mr. Fox's analysis is incorrect, but we're definitely happy that all the other unions will be obtaining this COLA. It's definitely a long time coming. However, we fundamentally disagree with the assessment, and we will be following the appropriate grievances. And if necessary, we'll go to court as well. Unfortunately, Mr. Fox was not here. Mr. Camello was not here. And the city manager was not here when any of these agreements were written, nor were they involved in it. So we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to the city abiding by its contract. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and try Cynthia Hernandez one more time. Oh, she seems to have dropped off the participants, so there are no more public speakers.
Okay, we're ready for a motion.
Move the item.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Martinez. Let's call for the vote.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
So we're now down to L1, is that right?
Yes, item L1 under
Okay.
ordinances is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 11.05 entitled Fireworks to add host liabilities such as a property owner, tenant, or person who organizes or controls access to possession, manufacture, sale, offer for sale, use or discharge of fireworks at a residence, other private property, or on a vessel is strictly liable, and discuss the challenges to enforcing the ordinance if it is ultimately adopted, given the staff shortages in the Code Enforcement Division of the Community Development Department, Fire Department, Police Department, and Public Works.
Okay, Shannon, you wanna, this is your,
Sure, no problem. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the Richmond City Council. I'm Shannon Moore, a Senior Assistant City Attorney with the Richmond City Attorney's Office. I'm here tonight to provide kind of a brief overview of the amendments to the fireworks ordinance, which is Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 11.05. Back in July of 2022, Council as a whole directed staff to draft amendments to the fireworks ordinance that would strengthen our city's ability to enforce the city's ordinance. I think as we all know, it's been difficult for the Richmond Police Department to enforce the current fireworks ordinance because the police officer needs to actually observe the person discharging fireworks. And since I think back in 2018, the department has received about 4,600 calls for service, but only 11 citations have been issued. So what the amendments do to the fireworks ordinance is now hold the responsible party strictly liable for any violation. So a responsible party can be defined as someone who owns, rents, or leases, or has possession or control of a residence or a private property. It can also be a person who organizes or sponsors or allows the use of fireworks at a residence or on private property. There are some exceptions to this host liability. It doesn't apply to someone who initiates a call for service to law enforcement or to the fire officials to report these fireworks, and it doesn't apply to activity that's allowed under state or federal law. There is also, in addition to providing social host liability, is amendments. There's a separate penalty section which allows an enforcement officer, and that can be a police officer, a code enforcement officer, a fire official, to issue administrative citations for violating provisions of the ordinance related to dangerous fireworks that are defined by state law. So like a dangerous fireworks could be, fireworks kit, firecrackers. And then there's also an ability to issue administrative citations for safe and sane fireworks, which are also defined under state law. And so those, I think, are the key overview of amendments. I'd like to also kind of talk about, because as you all consider adopting these amendments, kind of the staffing challenges associated with enforcing this. And if Lena Velasco is available, I kind of want to turn it over to her to briefly address these challenges as we kind of navigate through the enforcement issues with issuing administrative citations.
Thank you, Shannon. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Lena Velasco, Community Development Director, which includes code enforcement. So as Shannon mentioned, the police department since 2018 received about 4,500 calls for service related to fireworks, which averages about 1,000 approximately per year. Understanding that there's peak times in the work. And so right now we are understaffed in code enforcement to be able to handle current regulations on the books. We are having a significant amount of challenges with just general compliance. So what used to be a 10-day warning is now turning to additional administrative citations and fines. And so it's taking longer to deal with simple cases. So we would request that if it's the desire of the council to have code enforcement be a significant part of this effort, that additional staffing be provided. I will note that we do not have an existing hiring list. So we would need to put a position out or we would need to start listing to be able to hire, and it would take approximately 5 to 6 months, given the significant background check that are required for code enforcement officers. So I think we did provide an alternative option, and Fire Marshal Eric Govan is on as well, that there is an existing list for fire inspectors, but the cost of fire inspectors is significantly higher than code enforcement officers. So I think we just need to have some acknowledgement that with current staffing, we do not have the capacity to really enforce these regulations. I think over time we can build the capacity, but funding would need to be provided for that.
Okay, questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin and then Bates.
I don't have a question, but I've given this a lot of thought, and I just want to share some of these thoughts. And I want to start out by saying, we just don't know if the increased occurrence of these illegal fireworks is a temporary problem due to the pandemic, based on people, especially young people, being cooped up with no other outlet, and it will go down in terms of their occurrence now that the pandemic is slowing down. So this kind of policy may not be necessary if that's the case. We just don't know yet. I do want to say that I have very strong concerns about fireworks and have had that for years, given that they can cause fires, burns, injuries, and worse. I think they are bad for many people, bad for the environment, bad for pets, bad for war traumatized vets and other trauma survivors. And so they're a big problem for our community. The elderly, working people needing sleep, kids needing sleep, and concerns about pets are very real concerns. We know its impact on the environment is heavy as well, with pollutants that include carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen, particulate matter, and black carbon or soot, and also toxic metals. So having said all that, I do see the potential for abuse in terms of these proposed amendments. I see how the blame gets transferred to parents, property owners, landlords, and managers. As an alternative to this, I think we should be holding accountable the fireworks manufacturers and distributors. What is happening instead is these sellers and distributors cut and reduce prices, especially during holiday seasons, luring people to buy more. So I don't see this measure as the right measure, and I doubt if it will be effective. Instead, I think we should go hard after the distributors, illegal sales, online sales. LA has done some of these things, and we should review what they have done. We can have our district attorney go after social media platforms facilitating illegal fireworks sales. We can also, we can have our district attorney go after platforms of this nature that is facilitating these illegal fireworks sales. And we can also do a buyback of fireworks. LA has been doing that. So I think we should, and I also think we should do some data collection over the next year to see if this is just a temporary situation because of the pandemic. And also over the course of this year, if we postpone this, we can see how other cities who have ordinances like these amendments, and we can determine whether they've had success or not, and see if they've actually made a difference or not. I also think we can do some heavy duty education, letting the community know that illegal fireworks do have a significant fine attached to them through the state that's already in place. We can also offer incentives and rewards for calls reporting illegal sales of these fireworks. So those are some of my thoughts. I have, after we hear from the public and other council members share their thoughts, I'm happy to make a motion with about 5 ideas to further explore. Some of them are to postpone, some of them are more immediate as to what we can do. But of course, I want to hear from others on the council and the public beforehand.
Okay, let's go with Councilmember Jimenez.
I think Councilmember Bates was first.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead, go ahead. I'll wait.
He's a gentleman. Go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Okay, so Shannon, thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to kind of like get clarification. Also, how the current fireworks ordinance work, like how is that, like how the police is making this citations?
So my understanding is that currently the violation of our fireworks ordinance is that it's a misdemeanor. And so in order for a citation to be written, the police would have to see the discharge or the sale of these fireworks. It's a different situation when, and many cities have, as Councilmember McLaughlin, I think many cities have recently enacted what's known as social host components to their fireworks ordinances, whereby the property owner or the tenant or the responsible party is now held strictly liable for the discharge of these fireworks. And what cities are now doing and counties are the enforcement mechanism is no longer through criminal avenue, but now through administrative citation. So it's an administrative path for enforcement. Note that. So it shifts. So our current ordinance states that the violation of the fireworks ordinance is considered a misdemeanor. And this would be a shift to kind of down the administrative path.
Yeah, but you didn't explain me how the citation are going to be able to do, like how we did it before and how is going to be done now.
Sure. So before so if a responding officer or, and my understanding is, and I don't know if Fire Marshal Govan can speak to this, but primarily when there's a call for service, the police department will respond in conjunction, sometimes if there's a fire risk with the fire department, depending on the call. And when the police department responds, if they've seen, if an officer has seen the discharge of a fireworks and they know who discharged it, then they will issue a citation. And that my understanding is since 2018, we've had over 4,600 calls for service and only 11 citations have been written, so very few. Now, with this shift, we will have likely a police department in conjunction with, I mean, it depends on kind of the time of day and the type of call. Someone from the city will respond to the call. And if there's a responsible party, so if there's someone who's hosting a party and they can identify who the host is, likely a police report will be written. And when a police report is written, or a fire report in conjunction with a police report, that report will be provided to code enforcement, and code enforcement at that point will issue an administrative citation, and that's sent to the property owner or the responsible party.
So let me just
as a fine.
Let me ask you two questions to see if I understand it. So the difference is that now the police or whoever is going to do the citation doesn't need to just see it. So what's happened when the police or co-enforcement or whoever is going to be there gets to the house where there is a complaint? Are they going to be able to search the house, or how that is going to happen?
Oh, no. I mean, I think there still has to be verification of who actually is the responsible party here. I mean, you can't just speculate, right? And I don't think that gives
how that verification is going to be like, and it's simple.
So if, hypothetically speaking, if there are fireworks that are discharged in someone's backyard and there's a call for service, then there would be verification of the property owner or the tenant at that residence, and that tenant or that residence or that property owner would be issued administrative citation, after the fact, after there's been a report written, after there's been written documentation that supports that these fireworks were discharged at this time on this date in this location in the backyard. If that is, oftentimes, my understanding is, I think this item was postponed, but I think we've had, at least on the at the July 22nd meeting, Captain YA, I recall mentioning, that oftentimes the fireworks are taking place, activity, in the backyard or in a kind of a central area, like a common area. So that's a little trickier, but I mean, it'd have to be well documented. And it would have.
What is it well documented? Like, so for instance, like, let me ask you another question. Sure. What is there is a teenager son of a tenant who does that, and does the landlord get fined, and can this be cause for eviction? Like,
can you repeat that hypothetical?
So suppose that a teenager, the son of a tenant, just do that, and then the host, that it could be the landlord, get fined, and so this can this be cause for an eviction, for instance?
I mean, this is not, there's no this ordinance does not address any sort of eviction issues for tenants. I will say that the provision of the ordinance under section 030 does state that any person who's responsible for the minor will be held strictly liable. So in your hypothetical, if you have a landlord or an owner of a piece of property whose child is discharging the fireworks, then that adult will be responsible for that discharge initiated by the minor.
Mhm. And if in a park, let's say it's in a park, and then somebody calls and like how.
That's a trickier one, right? So you would have to have verified kind of proof of if there was a sponsor of the party, if there was, this can't be speculative, right? And there's also, and I think a component to this that may not have been completely addressed on the staffing issues is that there is, for the administrative citation procedures, there is an appeals process. So if the city and the police department and the fire department and code enforcement doesn't have proper documentation here, people have the ability to appeal this citation, and so there is recourse. But you would really have to have strong evidence to substantiate if you have a sponsor of a party hosting it at a park. Like that would be tough.
Yeah, no, you didn't respond. Is like the part of what is the how they are going to do the citation in terms of like having enough evidence. So I think it's tricky and it's putting the city in liable issues, and also it could be for profiling. Yeah, so I am concerned that this is not addressed that.
Yeah, I understand, but you have to also understand that code enforcement issues admin citations for violations of many aspects of our municipal code. For example, the nuisance code, chapter 9.22. I mean, there's a code enforcement officers are trained and how to issue these administrative citations, and there needs to be proper documentation and support before the issuance takes place.
Yeah, but this is for a building. It's not just for a person. Like this is different. This can be moving parts. So I just think that I am not saying that we should not be addressing the fireworks. I think we agree that is an issue, but I think like the way that is being addressed by this is it gets a lot of discretion, and a lot of discretion that will put the city in a lot of liability because.
Hey, folks, can we move this along? Councilor Jimenez, you've been at this about 10 minutes.
Yes. I just tried to get my answer, but I didn't get it.
Kind of wind it up. If you don't think it's a good idea, just don't vote for it. Councilor Bates, go ahead.
I want to thank you, Shannon, for putting together a preliminary report. The fact is, we need to start somewhere. You can, the mayor wants, the ex-mayor wants to do a lot of other things, like go after the manufacturer. The public right now are fed up with these individuals using firecrackers on the 4th of July. It's January coming up, it's going to be New Year's. And then they're going to, and other times they do it almost weekly or whatever. Let's get started and take the first step. If someone want to come up with some great idea later, they think, do so. But let's start making individuals responsible for setting off these fireworks. And they're coming from homes. These kids and parents go out and buy these firecrackers all over the Bay Area. We can't stop that. But if they bring it into the city of Richmond, and they are caught blowing them up and so forth, disturbing the community, they ought to be held accountable. I don't care whether they 10, 12, 50, or 50, 100, or whatever years old. That's what we're trying to do. Let's vote for the preliminary recommendation by legal counsel. And if you want to attack on some of this other information later, do so. So I make a motion that we go forward with the recommendation of the city attorney as presented. Now, one other thing, there is a possibility that you don't have to have a code enforcement all 24 hours or 8 hours or 52 times a week. There are periods of which these firecrackers go off. So maybe we want to look at part-time employees to be able to go out and provide the necessary enforcement. I don't think it is a 12-year fireworks. We know when they occur. 4th of July, January the 1st, New Year's, and maybe a couple other days. So that's, I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, and try to move this item.
Okay, I tell you what, we haven't even had public speakers yet, so why don't we hear from the vice mayor, and then we'll go to the public speakers, and then you make your motion, okay? Go ahead.
Okay.
Sir.
No, yeah, I agree with Councilmember Bates that going after the manufacturers is, unless we have manufacturers here in the city of Richmond, is kind of far-fetched. But then also I still believe that trying to enforce this on the 4th of July or on New Year's is also pretty far-fetched. Especially as I mentioned before, when this country has been telling people bombs bursting through air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. So we kind of have encouraged over these past few centuries for people to pop fireworks on those specific holidays. However, given that, as Councilmember Bates mentioned, continue to mention that it's not just on the 4th of July and New Year's that individuals choose to pop fireworks on non-holidays, I think people need to take responsibility for that. Especially as Councilmember McLaughlin mentioned, we have people who have veteran trauma. We have kids and people trying to get up for work in the morning, and we can't continue to have. And I'm pretty sure everyone saw that video of, like, I don't think it was in Richmond, but like that large fire that took place when all of those firecrackers went off at once. So it's like at some point we do need to like adhere to like what's going on in the streets. And so I will say, like, I am really happy to hear that the police won't be pulling up to pass out these tickets, because that was one of my main concerns, was that this was going to criminalize another way to criminalize youth. I like the idea of making it more administrative and having a code enforcement officer. I even like the idea that Councilmember Bates said, and making sure that the code enforcement person is out there, during the time that these are typically happening. But we have to strike a balance. And I feel like that balance is having a community, like having that code enforcement officer out there instead of the police officer, making sure that individuals aren't popping firecrackers on a random Tuesday night, on a random Wednesday night, when people have to get up and go to work in the morning, or when there's already been enough community trauma or community violence that it causes some people to like be fearful. So it's just like, I understand that people want to have fun and that like people are like cooped up in the house and all of these other things, but responsibility comes with this. And as I mentioned before, I understand that it is going to be as hard to stop people on the 4th of July and New Year's as it is for us to find manufacturers. I just wanted to make sure that we're, once again, trying to strike a balance and having a common sense conversation about what it is that we're trying to do. Because we most definitely need to make sure that we keep the peace, but at the same time, we need to make sure that individuals aren't being criminalized for doing something that this country has encouraged for centuries. So that's my 2 cents for what it's worth.
Okay, do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we have 4 speakers: Mark Wasberg, Don Gosney, Lisa Johnson, Jamin, and just added Mike Parker and Deborah. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Man, you guys ain't gonna stop no fireworks blasting here in Richmond. What's with you people, huh? I mean, it's the 4th of July, man. We celebrate our national birthday. You're over there crying about the dogs, about the vets, about this, about that. That's the most stupidest fucking thing I ever heard. Man, there's times when I had barrel bombs, I had M80s, I had a whole arsenal, man. I just blasted the hell out of it. Normally we don't blast until around about nighttime anyway. And you're over there crying about 4 or 5, about 3 hours worth of blasting because we want to celebrate the national birthday. Man, I have McLaughlin's talking out of her ass. She goes, oh, about the veterans, about the dogs, about this, about that, the poisons and all that other stuff. You know, you people come up with all this dumb stuff. People are going to do it. They don't care about your dumb laws that you're going to pass. They're just going to go out and have fun and have a picnic during the day. And then when it gets night, we're going to celebrate the U.S. birthday. So what's wrong with that? I mean, if I had my way, I'd go out and buy me some barrel bombs, M80s, and I'll have a blast that night. You know, one 4th of July, I had so many barrel bombs in the 80s. I had rockets, man. I went down to the Point Richmond park there, down by Point Richmond, and I just blasted the hell out of that park. We was out there partying and barbecuing. Then at night, man, we just let it rip. You know, it's all about celebrating, having fun, you know. And you think the Richmond PD is going to go around to every neighborhood and start writing citations? They don't give a shit, man. Come on. We just want to have fun, celebrate America. And you got a bunch of idiots out there who try to screw up the whole thing. I say have a blast on 4th of July. Get all the fireworks you can and have fun. It's only about 3 hours with the fun
Time has
anyway.
expired. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don Gosney, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. And with respect to Councilmember McLaughlin, I can't speak for what you experience over in the annex, but out in Richmond Heights and in the north and east, this is going on and on. And it happened for a lot longer period than just when the pandemic started. And this idea of saying, well, it's a temporary thing. We don't even know if the pandemic is going to be temporary. No indication that it's ever going to slow down. Gathering data for another year? No, I'm sorry, that's not the right approach. And going after manufacturers when overwhelmingly the manufacturers are in China and Mexico. We don't have the authority to go after these people in other countries. But this idea for Councilmember Bates and Vice Mayor Johnson talking about firecrackers aren't the issue here. We're talking about explosive devices. We're talking about professional mortars sending fireworks into the air. And I want to talk to you about somebody that was an end user of some of these things. About 7:30 p.m. on January 2nd, when I got neighbors pounding on my front door, telling me that my backyard is on fire. The flames shooting up 30 to 35 feet in the air because 2 of these safe and sane fireworks came out in my backyard. It cost me about $35,000 to repair the damage. Fortunately, it didn't burn my house or my neighbor's house, but it sure as hell did a lot of damage that I'm still cleaning up. This was arson. This was not mischievous from teenagers. This was a criminal act. Fortunately, the fire marshal came out a day or two later and worked very closely with me, along with code compliance on this, to try to clean up the mess. But I want somebody to go out there and actually try to stop this from happening again. I still have nightmares every time I see flames or hear these fireworks. This is no way to live. I wake up in the middle of the night, rushing out to my backyard to see if it's on fire again. Is we need to, like Councilmember Bates said, we need to start on this. Get something started right now. Don't wait a year or two to get their date on this. Thank you very much.
Expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Like many other cities, Richmond needs to start somewhere. The community has been begging for solutions before the pandemic, and it's going to continue. Last July, we were already out and about. The city was sponsoring a public fireworks show, and they were horrible last year. And it wasn't just in July. They start in May and they go through August. And I just want to remind you that last July, there was a block party with more than 200 participants that illegally set up their own roadblocks. They purposely prevented public safety from accessing the area. And when the fire started, RPD had to come and spend critical time providing access before RFD could enter and fight the fire. Those people need to be held accountable. Imagine if it's your house on fire. Your kid gets hurt by an illegal firework. These aren't just little snap things that are blowing off. They are illegal mortars. And no, they did not encourage our citizens to shoot these off. When we were little kids, we had little firecrackers, tiny little things, not these big commercial explosives that are coming in from China. We can't hold China accountable for this. That's the federal agent at Customs and Borders. And to sit here and say that people can blow stuff off and not be held accountable for illegal actions is just enabling illegal behavior more and more. And that's what this RPA Council is consistently doing. It doesn't matter what the law is, just enable the criminal behavior. It's not right. The community is asking for help. RPD is asking for your help. RFD is asking for your help. Please listen to them. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jamin. Jamin, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Jamin Purcell. I live in Richmond out in the May Valley area. I unfortunately have to say that something needs to be done about the fireworks, but I don't know if criminalizing people is the way to do it, as it is not going to address the root issue, which is the illegal sale of these fireworks in our area and ones that are brought in from outside of the area into either from being sold in Nevada or from other Central Valley places that are selling them. We have such a huge rise of fires and of injuries within just the last year from fireworks, and I don't know if we can hold the manufacturers accountable, because as has been said, they're not within this jurisdiction. But there needs to be something to be done about the people who are transporting them into the city themselves and then pushing them into the hands of children and into the hands of people who are not actually trained to use them. I think that the city should be more encouraging of their professional and their professional displays and be really pushing down. And I don't know if the method is to criminalize these people, but there needs to be something done, because as it has been said, it happened before the pandemic and it just happened worse during the pandemic. And there's this idea that if there is no peace, then how can we feel like we are safe in our area? And in particular, living out here in the May Valley area, we have a lot of high dry grass that is not being tended to. We have a lot of areas we are in the driest year since 1924. And these are the conditions that start fires and that turn into forest fires. And so I just really encourage you guys to find some way that is going to not try to criminalize people, but actually address the real issue of these fireworks coming into our areas where they're not supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Look, fireworks are a real problem, but sometimes there are real problems and there are no silver bullets to fix things immediately. The truth of the matter is that the police already have the power under current ordinance to cite people who do the kinds of things that Lisa Johnson or Don Gosney have mentioned. There's no lack of police power for those kinds of things. This ordinance adds nothing except a lot more money and opening the city up to a lot more suits for against the police, and more likely to encourage more police profiling. Take an example. How do you know if right now the situation is that the police have to actually observe something happening? Under the current, the proposed law, somebody has to observe who the quote responsible party is. Otherwise, you're just arresting people at random, saying, well, it's happened in somebody's backyard, so it must be the renter, it must be the landlord. And then you end up in all kinds of legal situations. If you don't observe it, then you don't know who is responsible. And if you do observe it, then the police can do something about it. Similarly, if you need police in order to get the code enforcement people into the place in order to be able to do it, then the police can handle this by themselves. So I don't think this law adds anything. I don't think we have a solution to it, but this law doesn't add anything to it and just makes life more complicated and much more expensive. We'll spend a lot of money on this thing, probably $500,000 just to get a single code enforcement agent and hold the hearings that are required under code enforcement. And we could use that $500,000 for parks and recreation, for cleaning up the city, and for other things the city desperately needs, rather than wasting it on duplicating what we already have in the ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. I think if history has taught us nothing, it's that when you have strict liability laws that are accompanied with a fair level of discretion around who they're applied to, what you get is application of the law, whether it's civil or criminal, to those people who are the most powerless, who are the most vulnerable, who are the least able to bear the burden. And so while I agree that we need to develop approaches and solutions to address the problem of fireworks, I don't think the idea of having a strict liability law that doesn't require the basic kind of level of due process required by observing a person being in violation is the way that we should go. And I think that ultimately it's likely to have an undue burden on the most vulnerable members of our community. And if the city council is thinking seriously about moving forward, at minimum, I think that you should do a racial impact statement or study on the potential impact of the law on vulnerable communities in Richmond to make sure that they're not the ones who are going to be paying the most amount of money. And also to think about whether or not this is consistent with the decisions that the council has made to reimagine public safety in a way that puts people over punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more speaker, but it's 10:59. Okay, I'll go ahead and take the speaker. Marisol Cantu, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, this is Marisol Cantu, a third generation Richmond resident, and I really want to uplift Deborah's comments and also add that this is fining parents for kids being kids. If you really want to reimagine public safety, let's look at the people that are trafficking in hundreds of thousands of these, the dealers. But to essentially have neighbors calling in these codes to then put it in the hands of the police, knocking on doors, whether they think it's going to be one code enforcement, immediately that can escalate to another police officer. We're not thinking about the youth. We're not thinking about a reimagined public safety model that we have been calling for. And punitive measures like this do not work. We would not be in the same situation if this was actually, if this was working. We have an ordinance that's in place. We need to actually create a buyback program. Youth would give, I'm sure many youth would give back for a solid amount of money, but we need to create different approaches. And I would be thoroughly disappointed and especially concerned about this impact on Black and brown youth being profiled by their neighbors and by police officers. So thank you for the consideration. I yield my time.
Thank you.
It's 11 o'clock and we're going to need a motion to continue this meeting.
I move we continue this item.
Okay, motion to continue just this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Johnson. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yep.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
No.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Willis voting no.
So was that the last speaker?
Yes, Ward. Okay.
Okay,
I had a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Well, let me hear from Shannon first and then.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in quickly. Councilmember Jimenez, I needed to clarify an answer I provided to you very quickly. I know it's late. So the ordinance states that it is a nuisance to violate this ordinance. So in theory, there would be a potential grounds for eviction under a just cause ordinance, but that would have to be determined by the court, and there would have to be a factual analysis conducted. So I don't think I was exactly clear in my response to you. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Okay, what's your motion, Councilmember Bates?
I move that we follow the recommendation of the city attorney as a first step. I never believed that we would have so many people that would condone illegal behavior. So a person comes out and steals a car. Oh no, they are minority or whatever. We give them a break, buy them a car or whatever. They go and shoot somebody. Oh no, it's unfortunate. This is ridiculous. People ought to be held accountable for their actions. I don't care whether it's shooting firecrackers. And you always want to face it up on the young people. You got adults out there that's shooting up these firecrackers. So they're supposed to be treated like a 10-year-old. It's ridiculous. And I hope some of you go and get in a hole somewhere. And I hope that these fireworks don't impact your home, burn up your house, or whatever. There's too much of condolence of illegal behavior. And this country better wake up. Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, is there a second? No one wants to second it? Well, to get it on the floor, I'll second it. And since everybody else,
Mr. Mayor, I have a substitute motion.
Well,
I can make a substitute motion.
Go ahead. Let the mayor make a substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I want to state that when I spoke about manufacturers, I'm talking about distributors and sellers online. A lot of these fireworks, these illegal fireworks are coming from online. And LA has done a process of reaching out to these social media platforms with a cease and desist letter. So we could have our district attorney do a cease and desist letter to these social media platforms. So here's my motion. Direct staff to do the following things. 1, monitor for the next year the frequency of these illegal fireworks to see if this is a temporary situation due to the pandemic. And also over the course of the year, we can see how other cities with similar ordinances have actually made a difference or not. 2, in the meantime, review the policies that LA has in effect, such as going after social media platforms that promote these illegal sales online. You can't buy a gun online, and you shouldn't be able to buy these illegal fireworks online. Also consider, this is number 3, consider a buyback program for fireworks that LA is doing also. 4 is educate the community through social media and other avenues that make it clear that these fireworks are illegals and there are substantial state fines associated with them. And 5, and finally, set up incentives and rewards for calls to report illegal sales of these illegal products. So it's a reward for calls that report those selling them, those, those entities that are selling these products.
Okay,
That's my motion.
Fine, is there a second?
I second that.
Councilman Martinez, are you seconding that?
minutes.
Okay, so before we vote on this, everybody else has spoken, so I'm gonna speak on it.
Not Willis, just saying, that's all.
Well, okay, why don't you go and then I'll speak on it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. This is a hard issue, but before I get into my comments, I just want to ask staff, is there any capacity to do some community forums to engage people on what's going on? Because that's one thing that I haven't really seen officially done through the city of Richmond. And I'm asking that because the issue in my brain is a lot more massive than any ordinance that we could pass in the city council. It's regional, it's Bay Area, it's California wide. It is a titan. So before I get into my quick little statement, is there any capacity to actually reach out to various community groups, neighborhood councils, neighbors in general, to kind of get feedback and work with solutions on them too? With them, I mean?
I think we could work with the various departments to host a community forum if that's what you're requesting. I think there's staffing, it just wouldn't be within a short time frame.
Okay, yeah, I'll respect the, sorry, Laura?
We do a significant outreach campaign through the methods that we have available right now. Social media, I don't know if Acting Chief Tyrone is on, but a number of departments do significant efforts about the illegality of fireworks and all kinds of things. And unless until there's a sort of a centralized community engagement person that really has full-time focus on these types of things, we always can continue to do more, but it doesn't feel like it has had much impact on trying to reduce the problem. I also have been involved in very significant efforts to involve the community in other communities where I've worked. And it just continues to be a growing problem. And so having a variety of tools, of which this ordinance, as requested by council, to take a look at and to bring back to you all, it's one of the tools in the process.
Okay, well, two quick things then. Would the motion maker and seconder be amenable to also, without any strict timeline, we can figure out the implementation of this, but adding residential community forums to identify issues and work with them on potential solutions as well?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Look, here's my quick comment, and I don't think I'm actually going to win any points for this, but ever since I've gotten on council, and from the beginning, I know the concern has been fireworks, but just as somebody who also has pets who go nuts when these things go out, who has to look over his shoulder whenever I hear them go off, because I'm wondering if they're fireworks or gunshots. Like last Saturday in the middle of the day, I was talking to some constituents and we heard something go off and we all stopped and was looking around. And I've even walked inside my house to see a big, lovely little mortar just pop up into the air, blow up, making me skip a heartbeat, and every other car alarm for the past 2 blocks going off. I am personally sick of it too, but I can also tell you that in all those instances that I've heard illegal fireworks, I couldn't identify a damn person that set them off. Hell, I assumed that some kids had set some fireworks off while I was driving, just how quick they were leaving the scene when I heard a boom, but I didn't see them actually set off. There was one 4th of July where my friends took me to Wildcat Canyon to go hiking, and we sat on a picnic blanket, and as the night came above us, looking not only across Richmond, not only in San Pablo, but all across the Bay Area, lights lighting up the sky, gun smoke and everything. First of all, I understand the need to get something done. Truly, I do. However, I'm kind of stuck wondering, like, if we already have an ordinance on the books, and what is the barriers that are actually causing, what are the barriers in happening where we can't implement the ordinance that we have now? The situation that was brought up in North Richmond a couple of times, how would adopting a new ordinance actually change that situation where our cops were not able to at least who could identify people who were doing illegal activity, blocking a road, setting off fireworks in front of them? What was the barrier in getting something done that was happening that night, especially hearing that a neighbor was actually running out screaming, "Can you please stop? You're scaring me." I don't know enough to support an ordinance because I want to know, like, what are the barriers to implement the ones that we currently have? And I know other cities have adopted their own ordinances too, but I have no data, no suggestions, or anything that has showed that it's actually been effective. And also, we are talking about distributors and manufacturers and traffickers, but at the same time, I've seen social media posts of people going out to Vallejo, Oakland, because they got somebody selling it out of their trunk. What are we going to do to get them? I'm not trying to downplay the issue. I'm just saying, as somebody who also just hates having the hell scared out of me, hates having to calm my pets down, going, "Oh, wait, easy, calm down, stop barking." I'm frustrated too. And I'm also worried about fire hazards just hitting anywhere, my friend's house or just a random ember. One of my executive directors, she lives in Sacramento during one of these instances last year, and she posted up a security video of her new house that she just bought, barely a year old, being set on fire because of one of those. And I'm sure she couldn't identify the aggressor either. So I'm not really excited about adopting new fees if I don't even understand how our other ones are ineffective to begin with. And I don't want to give more people an opportunity to point the finger at each other, because let's face facts, since the pandemic happened, our social contract and respect for one another has kind of dropped significantly. So I do think that something needs to get done. I do think that we need to get residents involved. Do I think that the current suggestion in front of us is going to do anything? Honestly, no. I have no confidence that it's really going to change anything. Instead, single out a few people who happen to get caught up. We'll just have 11 more people in 4 years and still 4,000 other people setting off fireworks that are not being held accountable. So that's where I'm standing on this. I need to gather more information. I want to get more community members involved and think of more creative solutions. And even then, as Mike Parker said, which I appreciate what he said, there is no silver bullet strategy, at least in my personal opinion. My personal opinion might not be the opinion of everybody else. So thank you. I'm ready to vote.
Mayor, can I address just two quick things in the comments?
Sure, go ahead.
So the first thing is that the ordinance before you tonight is very significantly different than what is currently on the books. And so I don't know if Shannon wants to try and highlight just 2 or 3 of the main things. It essentially boils down to, in the current ordinance.
Hey, man, we've been through this.
Okay, I'll just state it is very
repeating
significantly different than what we have. We think it would be more effective. And then the other component is, regardless of where this goes, again, there are multiple tools needed. This is possibly one tool. And I really want to thank all of the staff that have spent probably literally hundreds of hours when you look at all of the coordination time, looking at these, drafting them, the writing, because we really wanted this to be a citywide effort and not a police effort. So that is a very significant difference in this, and that there are at least 5 different departments that would be involved in trying to improve this situation under this ordinance, and in terms of all the conversations we've had. So I want to thank all of the staff that, based on council's direction to go bring this back to you all, have spent hundreds of hours getting it ready for you tonight.
So here's my pitch. You know, this is what makes Richmond and the Richmond City Council such an exciting experience. We've got several people who believe that that people are sick and tired of fireworks. And I got to say, Councilor McLaughlin did a good job of listing all the reasons why: the pets, the vets, so on and so on. So some of us are sick and tired of fireworks. I think most people in Richmond are sick and tired of fireworks. But then there are others of us who essentially believe fireworks, are a human right, just like housing and food and shelter and things like that. And that.
Can you tell who thinks like that?
Well, I've got the floor, council member. So So we've got this really interesting divide. Now, I can tell you some things I know for sure. One of them is that the fireworks, and this is not just a Richmond problem, it's a problem all over. Fireworks are not just a problem on the 4th of July or New Year's. They start up in April and they go month after month after month. And then maybe about July, after July, they let up a little bit. I can tell you at last week's city council meeting, I was looking right out my window here, looking at a big fireworks display off to the north. And so this happens all the time. You know, it's not a holiday deal. The other thing is I tuned into a Zoom meeting back around the 4th of July, I think, that was put on by the League of California Cities. And the participants were fire chiefs, police chiefs, and mayors around the state of California. And they gave a presentation about how all this works. These fireworks are manufactured in China and Mexico. They are shipped up to Arizona and Nevada, where they're perfectly legal. And then people from California go over to Arizona and Nevada with trucks, and they load them up with fireworks, and they bring them into places like Richmond, and they sell them to all their friends. So there's a supply chain here. And I think that our ability to interrupt it is just, you know, on a local basis is not there. It goes far beyond Richmond. And I believe Councilor McLaughlin talked about, I think she said, well, we can get the district attorney to do this and we can get the district attorney to do that. We can't get the district attorney to do anything. She's going to do what she's going to do. And I don't think she's going to make a priority out of fireworks. So we've got a big problem here. And it's kind of like, you know, you're part of the problem or you're part of the solution. And I got to tell you, I think all you people who think that we need to find excuses for people to do fireworks, in my opinion, you're all part of the problem. I think the solution is that we need to use the tools we can find. Now, this Zoom meeting that I participated in last year talked about best practices. And the one best practice that police chiefs and fire chiefs around the state talked about was implementing this ordinance that we're talking about tonight. This is best practice. This is something that has worked and worked well in other cities. It's not something that we're pioneering and we need to go talk to other people to see if it's working. We know it's working. At least those of us who pay attention know it's working. So I think we ought to vote on this. I'm just making a guess that this city council is not going to support this ordinance. And, you know, you're going to have to deal with the public on that, but let's take a vote and let's move on. So we've got the ordinance we're looking at. I mean, the motion we're looking at is Councilor McLaughlin's substitute motion. So we'll be voting on that first.
Array of tools that I listed.
What?
Yes, that's the substitute motion, the
That's
array
what.
of
So
tools.
City Clerk, let's call the roll, get this over with.
Councilmember Bates,
No, no, and no.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
I abstain.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes,
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no, Vice Mayor Johnson abstaining.
Okay, well, the motion on the meeting was to just do this item and then we're done. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
good
All right.
night.
Go out and get some fireworks, guys. Let's celebrate
Good
this.
night.
Huh?
There's still an ordinance against it.